Hello everybody, welcome to your end of February readings. Before I get started, I wanted to just give a little warning because I recognize that some of these messages are strange. It does seem at the end of this month brings some challenging energies. In particular, the signs that I really noticed were Aries, Cancer, Scorpio, Capricorn, and Aquarius. There were themes of challenge, deception, and protection, truth. Who do you trust? There's a lot about trust at the end of the month, but another big theme is faith in yourself, faith in your power, and how quickly the universe responds when you use your power, when you have that faith, when you do believe. There's a beautiful moment during the Capricorn reading where my power goes out, and it continues into the Aquarius reading. And I go to light a candle, and the second that I flick the lighter, the power comes back on. So the second that I go to light something, taking initiative to strike that match or ignite that spark, all of a sudden there was this beautiful magician moment of kinetic energy, connection, a thunderbolt. Like there's a lot of Jupiter and Uranus being activated, because they will be sextiling the Sun, Saturn, and Neptune. And this can give us a greater sense of hope, faith, seeing beyond these previous boundaries, these previous borders, these previous restrictions. This is a beautiful time to dissolve all things false, all of the old, and begin to have hope for the new. Now take care of your health, get lots of rest. Our immunity can be slightly lowered during Pisces season, so take care of yourselves. And let's begin. Hey Aries, welcome to your reading for the end of February. Looking at the last 2 weeks of February, we're moving from Aquarius to Pisces season. So your season's coming up, and I feel the excitement. As we have moved through February, it has really felt like we're in a new age. We're in definitely a new season. It feels hopeful. I'm curious how you all are relating to that, if you're all feeling hopeful as well. Let's see what's coming up at the end of the month. I've got a few different decks I'm going to use. Aries. Aries. It's showing me to fan the cards to you and let you pick one, and then I'm sensing that you're picking one from over here. The garden. The garden. So I don't know if there's some kind of interactive event, a display, a television show. It was kind of like an old-fashioned psychic TV program, which I guess is kind of what I'm doing here a little bit, but it was like pick a card and then the probability of your choosing one. Would I be able to guess it and then pull it out and amaze you without you're actually interacting with it? I don't know if there's some kind of fun carnival you're going to, or if that was just the moment here, but the garden is your main energy going into the end of February. So there could be some public events. There seems to be maybe some romance. And I'm feeling abundance. Abundance, the garden to me speaks of abundance as well. Traditionally in the Lenormand deck, it does symbolize events. So like I said, you could be attending some, hosting one, going to a party, meeting with people, really emphasizing the importance of networking and going out, being seen, being heard, talking to people. There's something about the boundaries and the safety of the garden too, where traditionally, like in the old days when people would court one another, they would go into the garden and they would meander through and look at the beautiful flowers and the smells of the florals and the plants and the life and the little bugs and everything just kind of buzzing about. but also this refinement that this environment represented. So maybe you want to visit a beautiful, refined space. You could be thinking about your garden. You know, we're moving into spring soon, so chances are you're making plans for that as well. But there was something in this garden that is sort of a public place, but there are private areas where you can sit on a bench, or you can sit under the tree, or you can walk along and have kind of a somewhat private conversation in a public place. And maybe there's something about hiding in plain sight, or feeling like you can more easily talk about this or let it out when you are kind of in more of a public space. But again, there is some kind of hidden area that you may be going off to. So yeah, parties, publicity, public events, romance, courtship. And thinking about your abundance, thinking about your life as a garden. The young woman. So there's a young woman. Maybe you are this young woman, or you feel like a young woman. The feeling of falling in love, of being courted, of the promise. I mean, it's springtime, right? And this is kind of the mating season for many species, and including humans. We get that little feeling. So I you know, there is kind of something old-fashioned about Pisces season. I think that's kind of taking us into, I don't know if it's a different timeline, or, you know, as we progress, as we move forward as a society, there's also something maintained. There's something old-fashioned maintained here, a tradition perhaps, a walk in the garden. This feeling of refinement, I'm really getting like 9 of Pentacles. It's important to represent yourself well. You seem to be available for, a lot of you could be asking about love. So definitely I do see potential for love. Dating, maybe some events where it's like speed dating or something fun like a singles night. But it's important to represent yourself in the best possible way, and to see the value that you have as you enter this public space. To realize everything that you have to offer. And maybe it's the feeling of you are kind of a prize. It's like maybe this is your child or your teenager, and it's kind of their first time going to a dance or going to a party. But there is a particular young woman. Tell me more about this. The tree. We talked about sitting under that tree. Feels old-fashioned romance, I have to say. Something about the end of this month for you feels like old-fashioned romance. And maybe you're trying to invite more romance into your life, make time for it, or really appreciate the fine things. But the tree is about health and the strength of our bodies. And so this person could be trying to get healthier, stronger, and they need to spend time in the garden. They could potentially be seeking herbal remedies for something. Now, I don't like to rush through my readings. I'm not like a lot of other readers on here. I take my time to really make sure that the message is coming through and that's communicated clearly. Something is set up for a long time. Finances, health. There is a sharing of resources. There are resources that you can access. I'm sensing protection as well. And a clear marker of a place or a boundary that represents the limit for as far as someone can go. Like that tree over there represents, you don't go past that tree. Or maybe if you are resonating with this young woman, then perhaps you need to set a boundary before you go into a space or before you enter an overwhelming public social event. Have something planned out for yourself. Have your time limit or the things that you want to say if these are new people you're introducing yourself to, because like I said, I think a lot of you are going to some kind of party or speed dating event or something where I don't know, could be networking for business too, but you want to have your talking points planned out. You want to have your boundaries set out. You want something that you can rely on that makes you feel safe and sturdy. Have your plan, pick out what you're going to eat from the menu or what you're going to drink. Did I learn that from Antonio on Queer Eye? Yes. Okay, the Lovers and the Seven of Swords. Now we're getting to the business. I feel like my cheeks are getting a little warm as I look at this too. There's so many things coming to mind for this. First of all, there is a secret romance. There is some kind of maybe if those of you, I feel like you're parents and you're kind of wondering about a child, I think it's important that you let them know that you're there for them, because they seem to be feeling like they have to do something in secret, and that is what leads to trouble sometimes when people feel like they have to hide something. They don't make the best choices because they don't feel safe or protected or like they have a confidant. So someone may need to confide in you. You may need to confide in someone. For some of you, you're looking to facilitate a partnership. And if it's love, I think you really want to impress someone. I think you could be taking a road trip, going that extra mile, traveling, taking them on some kind of adventure, making them see the world from a different perspective that no one has shown them before. So a little bit of a renegade, or maybe even an outcast, or someone who's just very adventurous, who sees different opportunities, different pathways. So there's a lot of exciting adventure at the end of February. Travel is related, again, for those of you looking for business. Some of you may decide you'd rather work alone. Some of you are having to do more research. Some of you having to write up some kind of contract so that this person doesn't get away with anything. There does seem to be a need for a contract of some kind. Something is contractual here. Some of you may be rebelling against yourself, rebelling against your place in society or your age, or like there's something where you want to rebel against what people tell you that you should be or what you have to be. And the interesting thing about the end of this month is we're moving from Aquarius into Pisces. So we are moving, like this is as above, so below. This is the point where the vessel, the Aquarian vessel, pours out the resource, the water, right? The flow begins, and in Pisces, it's that sea, it's the ocean, it's the flow, and everything that lives in it. So life is beginning at the end of this month. Some of you may be having a hard time concentrating at work because you're thinking about love, or you're thinking about a romantic interlude. Perhaps some of you are dating somebody new and you're just thinking about them a lot. It's hard to stay focused when there's a new love interest. Let's get some more cards for you, Aries. The Chariot, the Eight of Swords, the Ten of Pentacles. Interestingly, the garden is also symbolized by the Eight of Spades or the Eight of Swords. So you have that energy twice. So something feels unfinished here. A lot of you could just be role-playing with like rescue or something. Something is... I'm getting a separate message for some of you that your legacy is attached to... Keep in mind, you have to be careful. Here's how I'll say it. You have to be careful at the end of this month, because the way you choose to move forward will go down in history. That there is a desire for dominance. But it needs to be tempered, because again, there's something about, there's somebody watching, like a younger, more impressionable person could be learning. And you have to consider how to handle this, because there's a problem to solve relating to either love or work or both. And it does require a bit of thinking. It requires some problem solving. You have to think about how you move forward, because it will go down in history, or it's witnessed by somebody impressionable. You may feel like you can't move forward until this is done. And in a similar but different vein, there is great potential at the end of this month, wherever you have felt stuck or you couldn't move forward, you didn't know how to finish something, it just wasn't the right time. Now is the time. Now is the time. You're going to feel empowered. You just have to start acting, like act on it, do it, go for it. Just start doing it, and then you'll realize what works and what doesn't. So you have to be hands-on with this. But there is some unfinished business that needs to be finished. And this is perhaps where the Lovers or the Seven of Swords, you may be trying to hide this from a love partner or a business partner. Maybe there's a problem to solve and you don't really need anyone else to know right now. You may have a hard time delineating where things belong. Like certain things at the end of February, you'll have to leave at work, and certain things you have to leave at home. It may be challenging to keep these worlds separate, but in order for you to reach this finish line or this achievement, you do have to create some kind of boundary between those worlds. Others of you, I'm seeing the need to look at data, graphs, statistics. You were trying to solve something with just yourself, just your mind, And it seems like there is momentum now. There's suddenly the answer comes. There's a big opening. The blockage is removed. I heard, how far can it go? As far as you can throw. The High Priestess and 8 of Wands. You have strong spiritual connection, strong psychic connection, connection to divinity. Maybe it was a connection to your guides that was missing and there was some kind of block, and suddenly your body is aligning with, maybe you were more in the body for a while, and then you were more in the mind, and then you kind of reconnect to spirit. There's something about the end of this month where you see the whole picture, and Pisces season can have that effect because it is all of the 12 signs. It's the end. It represents culminations, cycles, ages. So everything is culminating in this grand vision. Everything is unified within you, and you reclaim your connection to yourself, most importantly, and then you can move forward. But there is something about asking the higher self, your guides, do some kind of ritual, get quiet and do some kind of ritual where you can connect with them. Someone's watching over you. A message is received, a message is given, a message is received. And as above, so below. Some of you may need to see a spiritual advisor. I could see some of you actually accessing a reading with that 8 of Wands. You do have some kind of long distance travel or something with technology, so there could be energies in your home or around your workspace too. Some of you may need someone to come in and cleanse the space. I mean, you can certainly do it yourself, but I think it's important here to hire a professional who knows what they're doing and sees the whole picture and considers everything. They're well trained. They're meant to do this. It's their area of expertise. There is psychic communication happening. But it's also like maybe a certain person, this young woman, maybe that's the High Priestess energy, was actually contributing to some blockages. I feel like the absence of this person, for whatever reason, they're absent, and things open up. The channel opens without this person around or in the way. The blockage at the end of the month, we've got death. So something has ended. But there could also be this deep need for power or control or passion, sexual passion, deep, like, that's dissolving, that blockage. See, it feels more like it's dissolving. I'm seeing a dissolution. A lot of you may be looking at contracts or wills or setting that up. You could be contacting someone, or maybe there's some kind of communication with someone who has passed on. I think it's very important to connect with someone here. There's something about inheritance or wills. And are their wishes being honored? Show me the High Priestess. Love. And the best advice. Merchant. So put something out there, let it come back to you. Wait to receive. But it looks like a good month for business. It looks like you're waiting for something to come in. If you're thinking of maybe opening a shop or opening a business, or what can I do to make a little bit more money, it seems like you can invite something in. Additional services, additional products. You seem to be receiving goods. And I think this decision, whatever you have to do, you have to take action on something, you have to acknowledge something, and it will help business move forward. Like, your business will not be affected. You kind of have to think about, how do I handle this? How does my business not be affected? Because I think that's the main thing here. You're kind of stuck. It seems like in something you're kind of stuck. And this could be a specific message for one person, but it feels like you really have to address something. You have to deal with it. Because otherwise it could affect your business, or you remain stuck somehow. Or you don't want, maybe this young woman again is your daughter. Maybe you don't want your daughter to know something about, I don't know if there was maybe a hard month for business or what's going on, but it feels like you kind of have to protect a younger family member or your love partner or something. A lot of you, your psychic abilities are increasing. You've put in the time, you've put in the research, you feel aligned, you have found a study or a practice that really works for you. Things are really starting to, I'm seeing a triangle, so something is really starting to work. I mean, at the end of this month, we have Venus in Aquarius. So Venus is actually in a positive aspect to you. Money, flow, love. So I'll leave that there, Aries. I hope that was helpful. It was quite a mystery to wade through, but I thank you for listening. And if you would like a personal reading with me, my website is below. Hi Taurus, welcome to your reading for the end of February. The sun is moving into Pisces, which creates a sextile to you, so hopefully this season feels harmonious. Taurus, what's coming up at the end of February? Oh, the stork. So there is a gift, an arrival, a delivery. Something is reaching you. It could be a new responsibility. Some of you certainly could be expecting a child, but not everyone is. And so the stork to me is symbolizing the nurturing necessary to take care of whatever this gift is that's dropped off at your doorstep. Something is arriving. Your doorstep, in your arms, it's your responsibility, and it does require some softness, and I think you're going to be accessing a really soft internal part of you. Could be a new pet, a new friend, Maybe a part of yourself that really needs some softness. So, Taurus. End of February. Last 2 weeks. Wow, fortune. My goodness. Fortune is smiling upon you. So you're really, I don't know, you could win the lottery. You could get some money coming to you. You might strike a really good deal. You might find something that you've been waiting for that goes on sale. Fortune is smiling upon you. So something is lucky. Something is, you feel lucky. You feel blessed. It's lucky. It feels good. And tell me a little bit more about this fortune. The clover, another rainbow. Look, you've got the 2 rainbows. Now, this is Pixies Lenormand oracles, so a lot of the imagery is taken from Pixies Rider-Waite deck, or the Waite-Smith, we should say. And these rainbows are taken from 10 of Cups, so that's very much about family. Now, clover has something to do with luck, right? The 4-leaf clover is lucky, but it's also about taking care of our health and appreciating the blessing while it's here. Something to me seems, because these birds are in flight, Fortune is dancing upon a wheel. You'll notice there she's dancing upon a wheel. The storks are in flight, the clover, these are all kind of energies that represent transience. So something here, this beautiful gift, is somewhat temporary. So really appreciate it while it's here. But also, if you get a little bit of extra money, maybe don't squander it right away. Circumstances may change is what I'm sensing, because that wheel of fortune is always turning, right? And sometimes we're at the top and sometimes we're at other parts of that experience. So right now you have a win, you have good health. It seems very nourishing as well. Microgreens, some of you could be either growing microgreens. You might feel like you've struck a fortune because you've been growing seedlings. And you realize that you have a gift for working with this medicine. The honeybees. It's so nourishing, this clover. Something so small can be so nourishing. I mean, think of all the animals that use the clover as a resource, right? We think about pollinators, we think about the rabbits, and we think about the importance of those small creatures to the greater ecosystem. So something here is self-sufficient, it's abundant, it's fertile. Maybe you're looking for a window of fertility, maybe you're hoping to conceive. But there is something lucky. The rainbow also is transient, so it's important to acknowledge this blessing while it's here and make sure that you appreciate it and express your gratitude and allow yourself to be filled, right? This is the beautiful wonder of Pisces season, is to be filled with the magic of a beautiful moment and how it can expand within us once we take that time to take it in. These cards are huge. Okay, Druidcraft. Let's get some tarot cards for Taurus. You have the 3 of Cups. Happy times, celebration, the harvest. So you are harvesting something. Even if it's a little harvest, it feels like maybe one of your stocks pays off, or you strike a good deal, or again, a great idea. Something feels miraculous, and it feels like there's reason to celebrate. Okay, the 8 of Swords. So what is causing this blockage? Are these I'm feeling like stocks. So some of you may have stocks that go up and down, and it's important to analyze the patterns with this card. Really look at the data, look at the graphs, look at the statistics. You want to analyze some kind of pattern with how cyclical, Three of Cups, very cyclical as well, like the moon. Something is cyclical. A lot of you, female-bodied, you need to track your cycle. You could be empowering yourself through learning more about your fertility. Maybe you want to change who controls your fertility. Maybe, for example, you want to move to the rhythm method, or there's something about cycles and rhythms and having to really pay attention to the window of time. Whether it's fertility, money, like whatever this is, there's a specific window of time at the end of this month. Show me the boundary. Eight of Swords. The House. So something relating to family, a family member, home, safety, and the things that happen behind closed doors. You might be getting a payout from something that happened behind closed doors. Either way, you seem very happy. You seem like you're celebrating. Some of you may just need to put up a fence because maybe you adopt a dog and they need boundaries. They need some kind of fence so that you don't have to constantly be on guard. You want to just let them roam. And so maybe putting up a fence. Maybe it's something very simple like that, putting up a fence. Some of you, your ideal house is on the market. You're getting a good deal with some kind of property. You could be selling a house. There's a lot of energy around your family life and your home life at the end of this month. Taurus. The Queen of Swords. So you're ready. So this is a beautiful celebration because you're finally ready to release the past, break ties, cut away, release things, get rid of things. You could be going through someone's house and helping them clear things out. Maybe someone has been keeping a lot of material items. So there's a clearing and there's a breathing room created. There is some kind of goodbye with that queen. She does tend to represent a goodbye, closure, feeling good finally. It doesn't mean the whole journey was easy, but it does mean that you've reached a point of freedom and mental clarity to know how to proceed. You are breaking ties with something that has kept you bound, and it could be a house maybe that there was something to do with property. You were dealing with somebody. So there was a joint venture, a joint ownership, and it seems like you're severing ties with that now. Taurus, end of February. The Lord. So the the landlord could be tied to this. Maybe you want to become a landlord. Maybe you want to rent some property. But there is a masculine energy that I feel is relating to this. Let's get a few more cards, Taurus. Okay, Ten of Swords. So somebody is admitting defeat. And I think that someone also needs to recognize where they keep overdoing it. They may reach a point, or you might reach a point later this month where you have to start setting up a real routine and boundaries with that, because there's something you want to release to the world. There's something you want to do, you want to cash in on, you want to write, you want to create. It seems like either a masculine energy has stabbed you in the back, or you were too much in your masculine and you overdid it to the point where you may have run out of resources, you may be sick, you may be very tired, you just may be physically unable to go on the way you were. You're cutting time. Remember, because the beginning of this energy is all about cycles and knowing your cycles, your energetic cycles, when you're strong and when you're not. And I don't think Pisces season is a good time to push things. I think it's a time to release. It represents release. So you can't be like always getting results with that Lord, right? You can't always be getting results. This is a time of knowing your best energy levels and your lower ones, so that you're more empowered going forward and more balanced, more rhythmic. And the lady. Now listen, some of you certainly could be conceiving, and that's wonderful. If that's what you've been looking for, congratulations. There is abundance here. It is harvest season, like we said. There's something to be harvested. There's something to be celebrated. But the lady is more in her cycles than the emperor is, because the emperor has cycles too. Sorry, the Lord has cycles too. There is a finish line between these two. And I get the impression that one of them has a lot more to deal with than, like, I've got bigger fish to fry, as the saying goes, than the other. So in that instance, they can't pay full attention, or they can't deal with this stuff anymore. Maybe some of you have had a wake-up call with where you have been placing your energy in a love scenario. Maybe some of you are finding that certain things are more fulfilling. That sounds very dramatic to say, but it's coming through. Something is more fulfilling than focusing on another person right now. Some of you could have a chance meeting with a love interest. Parental figures seem to be big here. Someone may be, a child could be like a teenager or a young adult could be moving out. Somebody doesn't feel understood by their parents. And it's hard because these two individuals, whether they are parents or whoever they are, they're very different. So in some regards, we think, well, they're complementary, so they work well together. You know, the Lord is about results and discipline and expectations and boundaries and rules and having a structure, or like rules that everyone follows so that we all know what is expected. And there is a place and a time for that. But sometimes there's a coldness with this Lord energy, while the lady, like, the Lord goes out into the world and provides the resources or the connections or the networking or the opportunities and brings them home, so to speak. The lady, on the other hand, like, they have different harvests. They have different harvests, and I can't say that one's more hands-on than the other, one is better than the other. They're just very different. The lady is nurturing. The lady is a warm energy that's more about process and is always changing with those lunar sort of cycles, right? The feminine, the moon points on a woman's body. She's always changing and undulating and I don't know. There's, like I said, there's definitely a chance for conception, but there's also a need to recognize that two people are just very different. Or two ways of doing things are very different. And a lot of this energy is kind of around family. Some of you, it's relating to a friend that you just couldn't get through to, and they've been in your home, and you've been in my sacred space. You've been in my, like, I don't just invite anyone over. Like, you might be wondering who you can trust now because you've had to say goodbye to someone that you've used to know very well. But one of them was very artistic and very go with the flow and trusting in abundance, connected to nature, something like very much a part of the landscape almost. The other was more about rhythm, control, structure, routine, discipline, getting it right, practice. And this, I don't know, that's kind of the hard thing. It's like it was just for a time because we've realized we're very different, and there's kind of a dead end. I mean, there is a dead end with this situation. So do we have a card of advice for Taurus for how to move forward? There's a lot of messages that come out with these. Taurus, do you have advice for Taurus? Strength. So be patient, be the bigger person, persist, believe in yourself, and maybe give someone else the benefit of the doubt. Strength sometimes reminds us to be strong for others and to not give in to those, you know, because immediately we see the Ten of Swords and we see hurt feelings and we see disappointment, we see betrayal. And strength is about carrying on when those things happen, believing in a better day, but also was something over dramatized? Did someone play the victim? In strength, we have to pick ourselves up, put on a brave face, even when we feel very tender inside, but it's about connecting to a beautifully nurturing energy that comes from within and not looking to outside sources for that, because the outside sources are not always available. So in this instance, like, how do we rely on ourselves to have strength? And I don't want it to sound like I'm advocating isolation when I say that, because no one is an island. We all need community and love and social belonging, absolutely. But I think we also need to have a belief in ourselves that we have our own backs and that we can get back up and continue on. Because I don't think you really want this outside influence or this other person to have that much power over you. Strength is something that grows over time too, right? It's about establishing trust over time. It's about building up strength over time. The Lord and the Lady both know that good, strong things are built over time. A lot of you are building something beautiful that will last a long time. This will be your legacy. This is permanence. This is long term. You can cut those binds off yourself with your mind, with your intellect, with your words, with your freedom, your quest for freedom. A lot of you may be invited, I'm going to say, or thinking about joining forces with somebody as a family or as a home, but you are scared and you are hesitant because you still feel the wounds of the past. You still say, well, the last time I trusted someone, or the last time I tried to build a home with somebody, this is what happened. And of course that scars us and causes us to mistrust for some time. But strength tells me that you have healed. Time has passed. Effort has been made. The tides have turned. Fortune is on your side. Luck is on your side. You seem to be healthy and abundant. This seems to be a good time to make contact, to conceive, to grow, to inject something into that flow, right? We talked about the Aquarian vessel pouring into the Piscean flow. That's what you're doing at the end of this month. You're joining forces. It's that moment. It feels like an injection. I keep seeing injection. It feels like a moment. The perfect moment. And you have to believe in a better world. Believe that things can change and that people are different. And who knows, whatever this Ten of Swords is relating to, if it's a recent loss of a friend, if it's an old relationship, if it's just your current burnout, maybe that person is feeling the same way. And maybe strength is about being the bigger person and reaching out and asking to have a conversation, to have closure. Depends on your situation. But some of you, I think, are reaching a point where you're ready for that. Others of you don't need the conversation, you don't need the closure, you just need the strength to move on or to go on, and you will. It seems like you are training someone. Showing someone how it's done. Leading by example, being the bigger person in the room. So going in with your head held high and always knowing that you have your own back, and there's something that changes in you when you do that. So Taurus, I'm going to leave that there. I hope you have a wonderful end to this month. I will be back with March readings. If you want a personal reading with me, my website is below, and I would love to hear from you. So Taurus, I'll talk to you soon. Well, hello there, Gemini. Welcome to your reading for the end of February. That's not my actual voice, but something was telling me to greet you as such. Hi Gemini, welcome to your reading for the end of February, moving from Aquarius into Pisces season. I've got a few decks I'm using today. I've got a couple little oracles and the Druid Craft Tarot. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all having a lovely day wherever you are in the world. I don't know if you're traveling to the south or just experimenting with some character voices. All right, you have the Sigh and the Rider. Looks like pincers. Kind of getting a Scorpio or a Cancerian energy with that. It's like are they forceps? I don't know. Forceps, pincers. So it's time to move along. It's time to cut ties. It's time to break away, harvest something, acknowledge that something has grown enough. You seem to be really on a mission to collect. The end of contact, the end of a message, the end of a journey, the end of aimlessness, the end of aimlessness. Because it seems like whatever you were working on, you don't seem to be walking away with any of the crops, any of the rewards. Now, maybe that's not your job to do. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's just your job to cut down the wheat and let someone else collect it. But is there not a machine that does both? So you may be looking to economize your work. And I'm not just going to talk about work in this reading, but it seems like there's something about your method that could be made easier. You seem to be working smarter, not harder. You need better, like, just look at this imagery. Is the horse pulling a wagon that allows the rider to put all the cut wheat into it? I mean, how's he harvesting it? You can't just leave it lying there. It can blow away, it can be soiled, you know, there's a need, there's something is timely, something has to happen in a timely manner, and it's about being efficient. So you need to be able to, you have to think about what you want to take with you on this journey, I guess, because it seems like the end of February is about the end of a journey, like I said, and you have to consider what you can carry with you. I think you can carry your tools. I don't think you care about the material for which the tools were used or designated. I know there's multiple layers to this, so I hope you don't mind. But doesn't it look like after this ending, after this harvest, the rider comes away with new knowledge. The rider has the tool. Does not have the wheat, but has the tool. So you're kind of in charge of one job and one job only at the end of February. Maybe you're training or showing people how things are done. You could be, training people, teaching them about new equipment, new methods. Sometimes I like to make a good Kermit face. Death. I feel like I can be a little silly with you, which is nice. It like maybe amidst this heavy energy, it's important to be silly and make some jokes and like funny voices and faces, because that can really lift the mood. It breaks us out a little bit. Look, he's got the sigh there as well. Okay, so this is saying don't shoot the messenger. Something's really ending here, but don't shoot the messenger. Okay, you know what? These cards are so big, I'm just gonna have to cut the deck and pull from the top. Usually I like to pull the jumpers, So we're doing things a little differently because the tool, maybe the tool was too big, a roll was, we couldn't manage something. I think there's a synchronicity with my handling the cards differently. Gemini, I'm going to cut the deck 3 times. Gemini. Because I don't want to exhaust my hands just by pulling the cards, because I'm here to get the message from the cards. I'm not here to wrestle with the cards, right? So there's something where you are not there to wrestle with the material, you're just there to get the message. You might have a hard time serving papers, serving someone. It may need to come from above or from a different angle so they don't see you coming. Okay, the Ace of Pentacles. So there is a specific, that had, oh, the bear. The bear really struck me there. And the 3 stars that you see, the 3 pentacles. Is there something there with the 3 stars? A project being finished. Something is definitely being finished. And that is also what you're there to do. Teach others, lead others, show them your expertise, go in, put the finishing details on. You seem to have a new foundation though, with money, with home, with stability. There's a new permanence. There's a new foundation that's set. And you have to protect this space. It is sacred. It is safe. It is your sanctuary. However, this could also relate perhaps to cutting flowers and putting them on someone's resting place. The 8 of Pentacles. And the 8 of Wands. So, whatever you've been working on, practicing, this has all been leading up to some big release, a launch, or perhaps submitting applications, putting your resume out there. You seem to need to put the finishing touches on something, and you're looking for a new future, or you're training someone, you're apprenticing somebody who's learning how to do it up to your standards. And I'm seeing a display, like an exhibition. Like there's a grand idea, there's a seed, and we can really do something with this. So we start practicing, we're learning a new skill, we're perfecting our method, we're working smarter, not harder. Now, that phrase can be challenging if you don't know what it means. So for example, I'll just give you a quick personal example because it's something that occurred to me recently. I love to paint and I love astrology. So you'll notice that when I do my moon videos, my moon readings, I do the card reading first, and then the second half I'm painting and talking about the astrology and the energies, and it's very flowy, but it's a way for me to work on my art and also create a nice relaxing video that hopefully is informative for the people that watch. So for me, that's kind of an example of working smarter, not harder, where it's like, okay, I sat down and I talked about the astrology and now I have to go do my painting. Like that's a lot of time. Why don't I combine the two and see what flows from there? So that's just an example. I say it so that if you don't know what that means, there's a way for you to combine something or let some energy like team up or let the tool do the job for you. Just figure out it's not about shortcuts because you don't want to reduce the quality here, but you seem to be figuring out a really interesting process that you will learn only by doing. So you have to be hands-on and engaged with the process in order to pick up speed. So something's really picking up speed for you at the end of this month. And it does feel like something is done. you have a strong connection with, I don't know, there's correspondence. I'm seeing correspondence, and it might take a little bit of time because, well, I have to look at my research, I have to look at my facts and build up this document, for lack of a better word, and then send it off to the other side, or send it off to my editor and see what they say. And then they're going to send it back to me, and I have to make changes, and then I do more edits, and then I send it back. So there's a little bit of back and forth happening. You might be dealing with issues of somebody's estate, but they're at a distance from you, and that can be challenging. So I don't know if travel is necessary. You might have to travel or see. I don't know if a trip gets canceled for some of you, but I feel more that you have to travel to wrap something up, to deal with finality. Okay, there's a harvest of some kind. I feel that time is important, and I feel like this moves quickly. Your energy levels increase as you get involved with this, as you just start something, and even if you don't know where it's going, but you want to do it, there's something in you that's compelling you to do this. So just start, just try something. And the more that you are engaged with it, the more that you'll see where your strengths are, you'll see where you can focus, you'll see where you can improve, increase. It seems to work faster, you're getting better, your skills are growing. 8 of Cups, 10 of Wands, and the King of Pentacles. So a lot of you could be changing jobs. You know, it's like you have to finish something and then you're kind of done. And so I do see you putting resumes out there. I see you maybe wanting to apply to school to increase your skills or your expertise. You're on some kind of journey, and the journey is going to get a little harder for a while because you have extra tasks given to you. You kind of don't know where you're going as well, which makes it challenging, but you have to feel you're in some kind of foreign or like you've got 3 8s, which is huge. 3 8s. So I don't know, a lot of you could be dealing with Taurus because their number 8 was significant, and it seemed like they were kind of dealing with something similar. Maybe you're on the cusp. Anyway, 3 8s, so permanence, cycles, karma, longevity, health, other people's belongings, other people's money, taxes, costs. There is something sweet along the way. A little honeysuckle. A little sweetness along the way really adds to the motivation, perks you up a little bit. I feel like some of you are dealing with an overbearing boss or an overbearing parent. There's an issue of control and somebody just kind of gloating in their power by making you do these little tasks. Some of you are definitely looking for a new job. There is a job offer. Finances will increase. Absolutely, there is an increase, but first there's a little bit of uncertainty in the journey because you feel like there's something out there, or you might feel compelled to go to a certain business or go to a cafe, or you have this compelling, something is compelling you to go somewhere, and you don't know where this feeling's coming from. It's purely intuitive. You follow it, and then all of a sudden, you might come back with a lot, actually. Something will lose its value if you leave it for too long, because we talked about that sigh with the rider. And then look, I mean, this 10 of Wands, this guy's carrying the wheat on his back. Now, some of you may have children, and this is your way of showing them how to help around the house. But for some of you, you are kind of you might feel a little humiliated at work, where someone is just making you do little silly tasks that they could easily do themselves, but they choose to leave it for you, just as a means of exhibiting their power. I'm noticing some uncomfortable energies with this King of Pentacles wanting to be so dominant with his foot there and the boar's head. I don't think that's a living boar. I think that is a symbol of his, his prowess. Some of you have a goal that December, I feel December will be like solstice. Okay, there's people on that roof. That's weird. As we're talking about this climb and the danger of certain jobs. But December will be, you're going to reach the top of that mountain. He can't stop you. You are the goat. You can reach the top of that mountain. You can climb it step by step, but it has to be step by step. You'll get there 100%. You will get some kind of increase. Show me the 8 of Wands. A young woman. Conversation, the apple of your eye. Somebody you want to protect, yourself. She makes your heart beat faster. We had Scholar. I thought a card turned over earlier, so you might have a choice. Scholar versus young woman, what you're studying versus what you feel. Could be a great chance to teach or expand your stuff to a digital place. Lover. Service and constancy. So this is permanent. I will always be here. I'll always do this, but I don't know, I feel like someone's power tripping a little bit, making you do things. Show me the King of Pentacles. Thought. Your thoughts can turn into money. You just have to be dedicated to something, fall in love with it, and show consistency, and you will see results. And give yourself a break, give yourself some of you might need to go study near the water. You might need to physically travel to be by mountains or by the water, or just in a different locale to come back with a refresh of ideas, and it feels like there is somebody waiting there for you when you return. It's hard work right now, but you will end up, as the King of Pentacles, you will end up with this feeling of permanence, longevity, accomplishment, financial rewards, all the resources you need will be yours. So you can have it all. But right now, you're kind of in this, you either have to change paths. Some of you need to take a chance and go travel or quit a job or put yourself out there somehow for a new opportunity. And it might feel hard because it feels like something was so promising and it was in progress, but I really see the results once you have that refresh of scenery, and then you can come back and kind of finish what you were doing. And it is a long way home, but it's so rewarding. And the time's going to pass anyway. That's the thing with this. The time is going to pass anyway. So, do take the course, go on the trip, do whatever you can do to further expand yourself right now. Jupiter's about to enter your sign as well. So the latter half of this year represents incredible expansion for you, a ton of opportunities, and a feeling of self-value where you believe that you deserve these opportunities and you're willing to put yourself out there. So there's so much just around the corner for you, Gemini. Make sure you are nourished and ready for this journey. Okay, I will leave that there. Personal readings are linked below. You can check out my website if you want to donate. Thanks everyone who has. Readings, I think I'm booking a week or two out right now. The energy is really going to shift for you. You're going to feel kind of lost, I think, for a little bit, in the sense that it's like you have to put it out there and then walk away and just kind of go on with things. And then all of a sudden, something will come back to you. So you might not get an immediate response, but you will get a response. So it's massively time for a change. Hi Cancer. Welcome to your reading for the end of February. We're moving into a fellow water season, so hopefully it feels familiar to you. It's resonant, it feels like home, it's a little easier. Not that Aquarius season was hard necessarily, but Pisces I think makes it easier. As I'm connecting to your energy, I do feel that, I don't know, it felt like I was blinded by the light. It felt, it was taking a long time for my vision to adjust, but it didn't hurt. It was like, I was aware, consciously aware that it was overwhelming, but it didn't feel painful. It was like, oh, I'm here and it's now and this is happening and it will settle down. Like there was a calm about it. So something could be quite illuminating at the end of this month. Now you have Clover, and Taurus had this too, so you could be dealing with a Taurus perhaps. But there's something lucky, the 4-leaf clover being a symbol of luck, but these are also symbols of something temporary or transient. The clover is a very nourishing plant. Some of you could be growing microgreens or looking to create your own little microgreen garden for the spring. But clover is really nourishing to rabbits and to pollinators. So it has multiple purposes, and it's so small and sometimes it gets trampled over. But it takes a very special moment or a lot of attention to see the 4-leaf clover. There's only one in a field, right? Like there's a search for the the four-leaf clover, and you seem to be... I just remember that I have a laminated four-leaf clover from when I was a kid, and I don't know where it is. I used to use it as a bookmark, and I'm afraid that maybe I had to leave it behind in a move once. I lost many books and things from my childhood. But there is something, I'm a Cancer rising, so I connect to that. Clover, something lucky, something beautiful, but something temporary. So you could get lucky at the end of this month, so play the lottery, why not? Ooh, foe. Clarify this foe. I do feel that they're temporary, but there's something clouding. And it was like that moment where, like the light, it was like everything's at once, and I'm aware that a lot's going on, and I'm aware that it's overwhelming, but it doesn't hurt me. I didn't get a headache. It was just more of a gratitude, really, to be in that prism of everything happening at once. Foe. So what I'm saying is, I don't think this person is a real danger, but I feel there's something you have to be mindful of. Let's see. Pleasure seekers. Okay. I don't know, is someone taking advantage? Or maybe you mistake somebody's intentions. Maybe they don't have bad intentions. Maybe they're just innocently looking for four-leaf clovers, but you wonder, what's going on over there? What are they about? What's going on? Because you might see some unusual behavior. So I'm wondering if this person is actually a foe to you, or like the opposite of a friend. And maybe that's what it is. The clover could be like a very temporary relationship that you struck with somebody during their pleasure phase. This was someone who, it's almost like you had a person who you would indulge with, or someone who would feed your whims. Like you would go, it would be like, hey, I feel like getting into trouble today, let's go. And you knew that that was the one person you could call. And I'm wondering if there's been a change of relation where that person or you maybe has a different definition of what it means to find pleasure. And so you realize that as much as you thought you had something in common, perhaps you were really just temporary, or they were temporary. And that can be very hard. You know, that can be very hard, is reconciling with yourself. As I don't think you can reconcile with this person. I think that it's an awareness that a certain era has ended, and you're like, I thought they would always be there. But no, they were just there in the moment, in their frivolous years, in their party years. I mean, that's unfortunate, I see it happen a lot. You know, people change their routines and their habits, and ultimately you do have to kind of create a boundary of some kind, so that you're maybe they're afraid of being tempted back into something, or you are. But either way, there's a need to I do get a bit of innocence with this though. Like I don't know, for some of you there's like a kid that is like dared to come and knock on your door at night, or they play Nikki Nine Doors or something. Like there's something where it really is just like a kid that's been set on a dare, and they're having fun with their friends, and even though it irritates you and it does create a little bit of like an interruption, I don't know if it has really lasting effects or anything beyond the moment. That's Clover, right? It doesn't really have anything beyond that moment, but there is luck. There's something lucky. So I think you also need to, pleasure seekers I see as fifth house activity. So you're going to have a good time making art, maybe buying yourself a scratch card, being physically intimate with your partner, like a really lovely end of February. Some of you can get lucky in multiple ways, but some of you just need to look out for the fox and the rider. Somebody's waiting for an opportunity to kind of, the opportune moment to kind of get in and get what they need. The fox is stereotyped as a thief, an opportunistic thief, where you may think you can trust somebody. I mean, this could be someone in your family that's like doing the opposite of what you think they're doing. You might be thinking you're helping them, and they might be kind of sneaking off or taking advantage a little bit. A freewheeler, I think you have a freewheeler in your midst. So I would almost say that if you do come into some money, keep it to yourself. The fox, though, there is a need to defend. There is a need to have boundaries. You might interact with someone from your past again, just in passing. It's momentary. That is what I feel. I do feel it's momentary. The rider, the clover, these are very momentary energies. But foe can also be a person who is like pleasure seeker, the fox. I mean, that's somebody who maybe tries to show up and stir trouble in your relationship. Maybe it's someone reaches out to you, or they're trying to reach out to your partner or something. There's, someone has some self-interest here. But I feel like you're not the only one. So I would just say, keep your usual boundaries up. If you don't normally answer the door after dinner, then don't answer the door after dinner. Or maybe have like a peephole that you can look out, or like a ring camera or something where you feel like you have a little more control over the parameters. Somebody's in disguise. So don't let anyone suck you into some fake opportunity. Someone's in disguise. This fox wants something, and he's dressing himself up in a beautiful cape and hat to appear established, and it's a disguise. It's very interesting because Clover is like, it seemed like something very lucky and lovely, but there is something to watch out here for. Cancer. The Sun. The Lord. And the Seven of Cups. So that can be a foe too. It's not always like, it could be just someone putting on a certain act to inspire your perception of them. They are actively trying to shape your perception of them. And of course, they're going to put on their best, right, when they're around you. But I don't know. I just feel like someone's putting on an act. And it could be a child. It could be, it's kind of like there's a father-child relationship here. And it's like, well, where where are they? Like there's a little bit of confusion with where something is, or maybe a relationship. You're looking at your relationship to time, or to a paternal figure, or to a child, and you're looking at this reflection that you see in them. You know, you see a part of yourself in them, or vice versa. But there's also something that's left to influence or left to chance. Somebody's grown and they're wishing for something to appear. Someone is wishing for something to appear. So keep an eye out for someone who pretends to be delivering a message or delivering mail. They might be, and this is a very serious message. I don't say this lightly, but it's coming through, so I have to be honest, okay? I'm seeing 101 on the clock. This is how people scope things. They wear disguises and they pretend to be someone else or have a different purpose. And your intuition is going to be on fire, like you know. So please trust your intuition. Because I think that clover is more this person looking for an opportunity. And, you know, they knock on your door and they're kind of like checking out what's inside, or like what time you're home, or things like that. And I don't want to worry people with this reading, and I don't want to make you paranoid. There is a way that you can strengthen yourself. You can make sure that you lock your doors. Like I said, have a camera just so that you can be aware of what goes on. Like just as much as someone may be watching your routine, you can watch the routine of the neighborhood. You know when the mailman comes. You know when so-and-so gets home from work. Like, you know, someone pretends to be a workman and they're like trying to, I can't get into someone's house. Like, someone is sneaky here, okay? And they're in disguise. And they're doing it for a thrill. Or they may have there's something missing in their life. Now, is there another message that's coming through? Because this is obviously the most pressing one that needs to get out there for some Cancerian in the world, so I hope it reaches you. For others of you, let me just look at the cards for a minute and see what I'm seeing. Because that blinded by the light, the sun, it was like all at once. Everything was all at once. And that's how something could happen very quickly. But there's a rhythm here. It's about rhythm, structure, routine, in order to release uncertainty. Somebody needs to check in a little bit more. The reason the Lord has these routines and structures is so that everyone's on the same page. Everyone knows the expectations. Like when you work for a big company, everyone clocks in and there's rules for every person. Everyone takes break at the same time. Like as an example, right? There's these rules in place to establish expectation, but also keep things running smoothly. And because there does seem to be a younger energy who's impressionable here, they might need to have some kind of discipline. Discipline in the sense that they focus and they know expectations and they know when they have to check in. Maybe there's a child that is like they're growing and they're experiencing freedom for the first time, and it's okay, just check in with me at 6 o'clock or check in at 8 o'clock or come home at, there needs to be some kind of routine there. A spotlight may be on a masculine energy and they don't know what to do with it. Like they might get an opportunity they've always wanted. So prepare for that. Prepare for this moment where you might get to shine or show what you're made of or what you've been thinking about. Have that ready, because it seems like in the moment you might get a little overwhelmed. There are a lot of choices that can reveal themselves to you, but you have to be careful that you don't fall in love with possibility instead of focusing on what you actually have. The Queen of Swords, Eight of Swords, and the Seven of Wands. So there is something that you have to keep out. There's something you have to protect yourself against. When I see the Seven of Wands, it can be protecting yourself, like it can be so many different things for people, but it's important that you don't let something in. Is it a guest in your house? Is it protecting yourself so that you don't get sick because you have a really good opportunity coming up, or a trip? It's important for you to put your best foot forward in the sense, like, really, you're going to have to defend yourself. You're going to have to defend your territory. But here, with that Eight of Swords, boundaries, the fence, the locked door, also analyze some statistics. Look at the statistics or graphs or patterns, right? We talked about analyzing routines so that you are aware of what's going on at all times. You seem to be getting your, and I don't want this to sound wrong, come out the wrong way, but you seem to be like, you feel like you're getting your head straight. You know how to release something, how to communicate something. A lot of you are able to cut ties and put something behind you. I wonder if someone from the past might show up. Someone who you do not necessarily want to see. You're becoming the owner of something. You feel very powerful. Territory. There's nothing left to chance here. Territory is a big thing. Someone is finally freed from the binds that kept them in place. You know how to release something, you know how to finish something. You're getting maybe some information about someone else who is kind of dealing with a consequence, or someone who's dealing with something very challenging where somebody saw an opportunity in the name of pleasure. They tried to do it secretly. There was a message or something given, and you seem to really be like fully aware of everything that's happening now. It does seem to revolve around a masculine energy. And you could be learning about someone else's story and how they cut free. Because you're kind of wondering about something. You're like, what's going on? Why are you available at this time? Or then you find that they had to kind of leave a situation. All these people are barefoot, except for the Lord. Even the warrior is barefoot. And the warrior, he doesn't really have weapons to fight. Like, they all have spears, and he just has a wand to kind of keep them at bay. So you're not really fighting with the same tools, let's say. I don't know, you might just be sitting and thinking a lot, letting things kind of settle in, because I'm finding myself quiet at this reading, though there is a lot of information. And even though he doesn't have the same weapons, he's still situated up on that tower. Like, he must have known that they would come at some point. So they look to be in armor, and he is not. So maybe they just didn't come right when he expected them to. They were a little early. It's going to be important to remove emotion at the time of this illumination. You could be reflecting on a time when you felt helpless, but you don't want to put yourself in that situation. It's interesting, like, as the Queen of Swords, she has the knowledge, she has the weapon, but for some reason, like these 8 swords, why can't this warrior access them? Why can't he use them? You're not able to rely on your mind. You have to rely on the instant moment, on your instinct, on your idea, on the physicality of the moment. What does this person want? The lady. This person wants the lady. Okay. And what is your best course of action at the end of this month? Cut it off. You're going to be ending something like, all right, it's time to tear this down. It's grown big enough. You might decide you don't want to be a part of something. You might realize that there's something underhanded, or something just doesn't feel right. It started off really good, but it might not feel that way anymore. Are you afraid of being alone? Is this reading really about fear and learning about self-reliance? Or not that you have to be on guard constantly, but how can you set up practices, firewalls, passwords, boundaries? How can you set those things up to do part of the work for you? I don't know, it feels like it's coming time for something to happen, and you need to make sure you're ready. Make sure that the details are finalized. You might have been waiting for like the perfect moment of inspiration, but it seems like it's just become a matter of time now. So it's time to harvest and say goodbye to something. You've made your decisions, so you might be worried that there will be some like pushback. Gee, Cancer. Your energy's challenging, honestly. I tried to do your reading already once, and it was kind of this feeling of like, no, I can't do this, or no, I'm not ready, or I can't, like there was a lot of resistance. But the thing is with the Seven of Wands, it doesn't mean people are at your doorstep like demanding you, or it doesn't mean that people are encroaching upon you, but that there is something coming up that you have to deal with. I mean, it could very well be unwanted guests. There's a need to protect yourself or keep something out. Because it's Pisces season, we're more susceptible to things. Our immunity can be a little lower. It's easier to contract. It's interesting because this is familiar for the Cancer energy to me. The Cancerians I know are very protective over their loved ones and their space, and they do not just invite everyone in. They're very selective about who they connect with and who they invite into their home. So, again, trust that something feels unusual. It feels opportunistic. I don't think it's ongoing, but I think that it teaches you to cut something down. Maybe you need to cut down some brush so you have a better view of what's going on. So, as the reader, I don't want to instill, like my intention with these readings is to just read whatever comes out for you, and I trust that the most important message, the most helpful message is what comes out. And in the name of honesty as well, truth and justice, I have to give what I see. I have to read what I see. So I know that this message is not going to resonate with everyone out there. Chances are those people have already clicked off. But there's something kind of serious at the end of this month where it feels like time is of the essence and you can't daydream anymore. You can't think about other opportunities or other possibilities. Like now it's getting real, and it's time to illuminate and light the corners and, take control back. So it's pretty intense. And I'm also aware that Cancer as a collective energy represents pride in where we come from, right? It's about our roots and it's about belonging. And so in a greater way, it could also translate to countries and that sort of mother or sense of belonging. It seems like this is a time of great revolution. So that's pretty big. Feel free to comment below if this makes sense to you or not. It might not by the time you see it. It might at the very end of the month. That's the thing. I don't think you can... It's a prediction, right? So anyway, I'm going to stop apologizing for the reading. I just hope it's helpful to somebody out there. I give this reading with the best of intentions and in the highest love. So Cancer, if you want a personal reading as well, I'm available. I will see you soon. I heard see you tomorrow. Okay. All right. Queen of Swords. Let's Queen of Swords this. Bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your reading for the end of February. I have a couple of oracle decks and the Druidcraft Tarot today. Your first card out is the Coffin. Now, as we move into Pisces season, you are moving into your 8th house, right? Pisces for Leo rising or generally speaking, the collective energy, Pisces is 8 signs past you, so it rules your 8th house. So all Leos are kind of dealing with this theme right now of endings. Hard things in life, the things that connect us to other people, very big responsibilities. I think a lot of you as well might just be needing some rest or a little bit of a break. Pisces season makes us all a little more susceptible to things, so you really want to boost your immunity, get as much rest as possible. But 8th house, sometimes loss. Sometimes loss with that. You know, it's connection to people, like projects or your work. I mean, there's so much. It feels like there's a very big connection that is potentially ending, or an identity is changing. You know, this is the house of transformation, where we essentially say goodbye to an aspect of ourselves and we become something else. So as an example, people get married, they change their name. That is an example. Or you join a family and you are now connected to the in-laws and the greater extension of that single person. So there's a greater extension here relating to this. Leo, 8th house. But generally, let's Leo. Show me the coffin, Leo. Cheerfulness. So if this is about a person who's passed on, they don't want you to be down or sad. They want you to be happy. They want to celebrate with you. The candle is very active. There could be somebody that you really miss at this time. So it's a time to celebrate. Maybe some of you are getting over an illness and you can celebrate that now. You can kind of rise up and join in the fun. It's important to add cheer to your daily life so that you're not just feeling like a machine. I think a lot of you could be you could be the one who's adding cheer to this very stagnant or dim space. Leo. End of February. Okay, 2 of Swords, the 10 of Cups, and the Lady. So there is perhaps an end to some kind of relationship. I'm hearing some of you may find that your biological mother has passed on. I'm getting that you were in no contact with them, though. This 2 of Swords tells me that you are kind of at a crossroads. And sometimes we find ourselves at a crossroads without consciously walking there. We just end up like, oh my gosh, okay, I was kind of feeling torn, but now the universe has really set me on this path. Some of you are in a point of no contact, or you will be sitting out or not participating or not communicating with someone. The best course of action is to not participate. Some of you are also like looking at what everyone else is doing and the expectations of family and even your friends. And you might find that you're very different. You know, you may find that a lot of people right now are like suddenly everyone's getting married and having babies, and maybe that's not really the path for you. And that's totally okay. So you have to be conscious of that in Pisces season, when we are a little more impressionable. it can be hard to define boundaries, between ourselves and others, or between spaces. And you do have a choice. And it's okay if your choice is different from the rest. Some of you need to protect your abundance by removing a family member, or there's a branch on the tree that needs to be removed because it is not thriving. And, when we have a plant that does have a dead branch, we have to cut it off, because otherwise it will continue to siphon resources from the rest of the tree. Now, this is not about cutting someone off because they're not doing well in life. I want to make that clear. Or maybe it's their choices. I'm not sure, that I can't judge the situation, but really the cards are saying that it's okay to not participate. It's okay to say no. It's okay to not contact someone. And same with these cards too, like you're kind of sitting out from the celebration. I wonder why this is. Why? Oh, some of you have reached a point where the clouds. Something is less rhythmic, it's less certain than it used to be. The flow is changing. You may have to say no to a certain way of life in order to follow your goals, in order to have that abundance and that creativity. For a lot of you, if you've been stuck for ideas, it seems that your past or your troubled relationship with your childhood or with your family is actually inspiring some new ideas, some new creativity, some new things to communicate. But there is kind of this uncertainty over you at the end of the month. So wait it out. There is one path that is certain to you, and it is one of abundance. It is one of happiness. And you're asking, how do I know which path to choose that gets me there? And the answer is to just do it. To do it. To act from a place of cheerfulness, to engage with that energy, connect with it, become it, embody it. And more, those opportunities align, the people align. You're choosing a path of abundance and happiness. And when you can't see the way forward, you can feel your way forward. 9 of Cups. Feel your way forward. Now, sometimes dreams don't last forever. Sometimes it's a dream come true for a time. And you might be left with the happy memory. But really, the cards seem to be inviting you to consider how you feel and to consider that your feelings may change. So you have to ask yourself, where have my feelings changed and where have they stayed the same? It's more reliable for you at this time. Three of Wands. So you can also do some magic at the end of February, some kind of ritual, say a prayer, you know, ask for something that you desire, and you will receive it. But this is really about visualizing that abundance. What are you doing? What does it feel like? What is the reality contributing to the abundance? Like what are your responsibilities? What do you do for joy? Like, just think of all of the possibilities of what that life actually looks like and feels like. And it begins to realize, it begins to manifest. The High Priestess. Look at that. Look at how much power you have to attract. And I will say that you seem to work better on your own. You might just be feeling more solitary at the end of this month. You're not really into group projects or anything. You seem to be working better by yourself, and you know, your ideas will come back to you faster, the rewards. There's something that comes faster, easier, more authentic, because you're working by yourself. And sometimes that's the case. You know, a vision is ours alone, and as much as we may try to communicate it, the feeling is different, right? The person does not necessarily feel the way that we feel. So you have so much power to attract, to manifest, to call in. The divine feminine is very alive, very present with you. Some of you may get some kind of, you might go through a spiritual process or a training, or you could be leading others. It feels very abundant. It seems like whatever you've put into the world is coming back to you. Whatever you've wished for, whatever you've wanted, at a soul level, is becoming real. Show me this lady. Rich with ideas. Giving to something and letting it give back, right? There's a reciprocal relationship. There's a trust there. I trust that if I put in, I get back. And it's not about doing things just to get something out of it, but the lilies. So that can be your body, your sensual side. Can also be to do with aging, the passing of time, the changing of archetypes, where maybe you were the abundant, fruitful empress, and now you're more of a high priestess. She's older, she's wiser. She doesn't have to think as much about the body. I think some of you may be going through menopause. I feel like I'm speaking to mostly women. If there are masculines watching, then either way, it's important to tap in with divine feminine right now. Could be because it's Pisces season. You're a fire sign, which is naturally more masculine. You want to tap in with that flowing feminine, the ever-changing feminine. You have the power to call something in. Purity. A friend of yours. You might miss somebody, and you're kind of thinking about them and the absence. They're visiting you though. I do see that this energy will visit you. Show me the Three of Wands. Oh, the Whip. It's going to happen quickly. It's going to happen quickly. And I'm getting that this proof is just what you need to boost your confidence. If you can receive something back this quickly, a positive result, something's really expanding in your life. You get proof of concept. You realize that this can work, that it's possible, that it's growing, and it's rich with ideas. There's more and more. Some of you may be working with or looking to get into this type of work, something with working with the death energies, working as a death doula, helping people cross over, or maybe connecting to those who have. You could be experiencing more energy around you, and maybe a psychic or someone can sort of drive that away for you, can end it, or like figure out why this energy is trying to contact you. They're doing it because they want you to be happy, because they think it's what you want. Or this energy, maybe it's not you they can contact, but it comes through someone who can, because there's an open channel here. And you might be so innocent in your Empress, like connected to the real world, that the real world, you know what I mean, the three-dimensional world, that the High Priestess kind of notices things that you don't, and can like receive those messages a little more readily. Something's ended, something is concluded, and you are celebrating it. Yes, this person, they're moving from communication tower to communication tower, because they just want the message to get through. It's bright out there. I think you end the month really happy. And again, if you can't make a decision, follow the one that makes you happy. Follow the one that feels good. It will take some work. It's not just about wishing and feeling good. It's also going to take a lot of work. But you'll be amazed what you can accomplish in a short amount of time. And this harvest allows you to further see beyond your current limitations. It's interesting. Harvesting allows you to see further, cutting down those crops. Hey, there's another field over there, right? You can, hey, this worked. Okay, now where can I expand from? I earned all this money back. Now I can invest in something else. There's so much potential for creativity, for creation, but you may also have to decide what you want to share with the public, what you want to turn into a product, and what you want to keep for yourself or your loved ones. It's all about the intention and the sentimentality right now, I feel for you, Leo. And I want to say one more thing. I don't know if I said it. Like, when the clouds do come over this crossroads, you don't have to keep moving blindly. You don't have to keep moving. You can rest. You can wait it out. You can wait for the clouds to clear. You can find something else that makes you happy in the meantime. It's not wise to go into something without fully seeing. But I do feel it's not quite the Fool, but I think you do need a certain amount of blind faith in yourself and in trusting what you feel intuitively will work. I'm going to leave that there. If you want a personal reading, I would love to read for you. My books are open. My cards are open too. Let's do it. I'm available. Talk to me. Message me. Comment below. Say hello. I hope you have a wonderful couple of weeks, Leo, and I will talk to you soon. Hi, Virgo. Welcome to your reading for the end of February. I'm feeling kind of tender as I come into your reading, and I'm feeling there's a feeling of needing to soothe. It's like animal instinct being smoothed out or quieted or almost lulled to sleep by a heart opening, by some kind of sweetness. So I hope you're doing very well. You have the fish. So the end of February seems to be a fortuitous time. It looks to me like you are doing well in business. There could be a job opportunity, you might get a raise, you might get some kind of money coming to you, or just an increase. I definitely see financial increase. And perhaps this is, I always trust in the synchronicities that come when I do a reading. And because I'm intending to soothe myself as I give this reading to you, there's something maybe where your abundance or this financial increase is because of you're changing the way you do things, and you are not feeling exhausted or that people are just pulling and pulling from you all the time. Especially if you're a parent, I feel like this has a lot to do maybe with family. If you're a parent, if you're a teacher, if you're just somebody in the community, even at your job, something that you offer can soothe you as much as it can help the person who has sought your service. It's about feeling comfortable in the physical body, and that comes from a place of peace. It comes from feeling soothed. The heart is opening. The heart is healing. I'm seeing the color green is very important for you, because green is the color of the warm seas in Pisces season. Green is the color of money. Green is the color of go, like the green light, go. Okay, you've got child, surprise, and priest. Now these are old oracle cards, so the priest here is just representing somebody that you trust. It could very well be perhaps a tarot reader or someone who offers some kind of counseling, or just a friend you really trust, but you're kind of looking for some guidance. And maybe some of you are thinking about, I don't know if you're having children, if you are dealing with children, or something new is entering your life now, and it could be a creative project. It's very much an energy that comes from the same creative place in us that a child does, in the sense that it comes from this creative, there's all the potential, the resources with the potential, and then this alchemy of conception, let's say, or just the alchemy of working with the resources. Something is developing, it grows, and then it's like you might be surprised by how quickly something grows. Or I think some of you may be kind of like seeking a banker or a financial advisor, somebody who could maybe guide you. This priest is a guide who's going to give you some practical advice for how to deal with this extra money, how maybe a coach who can teach you how to move along, how to keep things moving, how to grow, how to increase. Show me a card for this priest. The stars. It feels destined. It feels destined, and you're connecting, I think, to the divine within yourself. This is very much about your life path. And faith and trust are important when you see the star, because it's in the distance, but it's there. And the more that you focus on it, the more that you acknowledge it, affirm it, say it out loud, want it, desire it, visualize it, create from that place. Something's happening under a specific meeting point. The stars align. And you do have a full moon at the end of the month, so full moons can bring a completion of some kind, a completion relating to you. Because it's in your sign, you're going to be most affected by it. So an end to the way things were, and a release of pressure. I think everything's becoming crystal clear to you. Consulting the stars, consulting what was written. But definitely an increase, and you will benefit from seeing an advisor or somebody you trust. You seem to be more visible now. And as above, so below. There's a lot of movement in the sky, something about this moment around the full moon in your sign, around the 24th. The fish is also a symbol. I don't know, the priest and the fish to me is also speaking of Christian symbolism, right? The fish. Maybe this is about humbling your diet or keeping something very, like what you eat, your routine, keeping it very simple, keeping it very plain. Something is being reduced to its most essential. It seems like you might be asking permission from somebody else. So it's like, why wouldn't you give yourself permission? What is the relationship here where I think that people as well, there could be a fated meeting of like-minded people or community. There's a lot happening with your community at the end of the month. Connections to people. There is a goodbye. There is some kind of phase that's ending and there's a new one that begins. And it's like someone shows up, the opportunity shows up, the money's there, something is... Your inner compass is very important here, because I think what I'm seeing is the importance of your inner compass. Your inner child, and the priest representing the more evolved version of you that trusts yourself and has the wisdom of experience to know how to handle things, but to also describe what is correct or what you will accept or how things are going to sort of go according to what you believe is right. It's almost like you feel lost in, some of you may be feeling lost or overwhelmed by your inner child and the people around you. You might actually have a fated meeting or running into this priest figure, a teacher, a counselor, a confidant. You may be surprised that your own life path or your own beliefs are changing. It can be difficult, and it's a long time sometimes to let yourself change, or to let yourself feel okay with having changed. Maybe you never wanted children, you want them now. Maybe you did want them, now you don't. The tides are turning, and I think a sense of group belonging or identity will be very prominent at the end of this month. Traveling together, exercising together, people that are going through same life experiences, who you can connect with and do these things, you can move forward with them. 10 of Swords, 8 of Cups, and the 5 of Cups. Goodness. I could feel it. I mean, all morning I was thinking about you, and I was getting ready, and I did some stretches, and I went through my whole morning routine thinking about Virgo. And it was like that energy, that tuning in, attracted a lot of chaos, and I had to balance it. So I've been listening to a few different chakra meditations this morning. But I said that as I came into the reading, I can tell that you need some soothing. Something very challenging has come to an end, or the end itself is challenging. Something is over the top. It was something became overwhelming. A person let their feelings get the better of them, and it led to some kind of mess. It led to some kind of mess that cannot be removed or unseen. And there's something unfair about this too, where this figure is watching the animals in the water, and look, the fish are actually trying to get away. The fish is being hunted. And there's kind of this awareness that life is not always balanced and it's not always fair. Sometimes there's a winner, and sometimes, unfortunately, there is the opposite of the winner. There's the one who loses out or misses out, or has to be... There's some kind of sacrifice there with the fish. Now, I think you've reached a place of burnout, and there is a healing coming in. I will say that I feel that with the fish and the stars, that the water, the tides are turning, and the beautiful vessel of Aquarius is opening. It's pouring down this healing, cooling liquid, beautiful, purifying water, crystal clear, and it washes your wounds, and it refreshes you, it restores you, it gives you hope. You know, when you're so thirsty and you drink that water and it just feels so perfect. This is like that drink of water that you need. I was just being taken back to your previous reading for February, where we heard, I kind of laughed because it was an interesting reading. And my alarm went off during it, and it was the sound of crickets, and it was very timely and kind of humorous, but I don't know if somebody maybe didn't get back to you, or I don't know, somebody could be dealing with a surprise pregnancy, and in that instance, you know, there's kind of a journey moving on, and maybe accepting that the other party is maybe not going to help or not going to be present. Either way, whatever you're dealing with, a lot of you just feeling very burned out. Your resources are gone, you are tired, you're sick, you need a break, and you need to completely clear your schedule and have a change of scenery or a change of pace. This refresh is absolutely necessary, and I'm seeing that as an eclipse up there. It is an eclipse, isn't it? Solar eclipse. So during the month of April, this could really come into play. I know it's, you know, a month and a half away, but maybe by April things are resolved. You feel like you've made some distance, and you're walking away from this mess that was made. Something has affected your nervous system, or this is like if you're watching your partner and they're going through these changes. Maybe they are pregnant and they're going through these changes and the hormones, and there's a lot where they're just succumbing to the body, and it's very overwhelming. And it can be scary for a lot of people, you know, to lose that sense of control over your emotions and over your physical vessel. So there's definitely a challenge here, and I think a lot of you, your health is really impacted. Something's been draining your energy. You've been with the wrong people. I don't know. I just heard one of you may find out that somebody's married, and it surprises you. You know, this end of the month seems to be challenging, but that's why I recommend having a little bit of a rest, having a break, and trusting in, like, really relying on that person you can trust, that friend, someone who will keep your secrets. The priest is someone who keeps your secrets, right? Someone you can just unload onto, you can tell them everything, and it's all kept right there in that safe space. The Magician. So things are turning round. This could also be the Healer. It's aspects of you and I think another person. Maybe the Priest is connected to this. They have a lot of resources. They can make things happen quickly. They can transform the situation. So this is either a doctor, a professional, somebody who inspires you, but as aspects of yourself, we talked about your work life turning around, where maybe business has been slow. Things are really picking up here, where you're starting to channel this really pure, authentic self. This something you're really excited for, but you have to do it in order to start seeing this turnaround. So in order to see results, you have to, you can't just sit and visualize forever, right? There is a point where we have to get up and just do it, and then bit by bit we start to build it up. But I think with the Magician, it's going to have a quick turnaround or a quick response. So things are healed, and look, there's the High Priest. The guardian, the leader, the trusted counselor, the confidant, the teacher. There's a significant person here with a big personality. They may also be large in stature. There's something quite magnetic about them. But the High Priest is also aspects of you and your physical body, which is healing, which is getting stronger. You're feeling more brave as you go out into public. You're feeling brave again. And the King of Cups. Wow. So you definitely have the presence of so many people who are wanting to help, willing to help, and have that capacity to listen. So don't worry that you're being a burden on anybody, because all of these energies are very strong and they have unlimited capacity to hold. You're feeling healed, you're feeling good about your decision, things will balance again. There is a little bit of chaos with that water, but then it's, the boat was rocked, but I maintained control of myself. I kept my head held high, I kept the faith, and now I feel strong again. The right decision will always give you a sense of peace. That's how you know it's a good decision. The King of Cups to me is when you've made that decision and you're sitting on it and you feel really good. I do see the importance of a friend or somebody at work. Maybe collaborating with someone you trust, maybe working in therapy or some kind of resource that you provide to the public. And again, we're going back to that initial message where whatever you provide to the people, you soothe others and it soothes you in turn. And that Magician says, just plug right into that energy source and do whatever you can to amp yourself up. I'm seeing smoothies and frequency, like the fact that I have this frequency music playing is very soothing to me, because readings can be tiring. They can take a lot out of a person, even though you're just supposed to be a channel. But it is a lot, right? Because you're listening to people's stories and you're, I can't just be cold. It's not who I am. But when I have this frequency music reconstructing and repairing and healing everything in the background, I'm healing at the same time. So I'm maintaining my energy. That's the Magician, maintaining energy as I move forward. So you're not going to feel like, I think you're learning lessons about how to no longer feel like you're just being zapped of energy. What can you plug into? Who can you surround yourself with? What is the most nourishing and uplifting conversations, community, sense of belonging? Really pay attention to and be guided by your beliefs. You're doing the right thing. I want you to know that. You're absolutely doing the right thing. If you have to turn your back, if you have to say no, if you have to leave something behind, it's going to be, I can feel the emotion as I say that from you. But you are making the right decision, and it does get easier with time. And there will be moments where you look back and it just, little zaps of, like the past, right? Those little memories, something reminds you of it. But really, you're making the right decision by moving on here, because the energy is spilled, the joy is spilled, it was draining you, something became too much. It was an imbalance. Your cup was not being filled. And it's so beautiful, because I just want to show you one more thing. You have the 5 of Cups in your tarot, but in the Lenormand, the stars is symbolized by the 6 of Cups. So you are finding more of a balancing or balanced relationship, expectation. It's more balanced. Your cup is being filled while you are filling another's. So it feels, it's mutual. It's mutual. Before it wasn't mutual. Now it is. Well, my beautiful friends, I hope this was helpful to you. If you would like a personal reading, my website is linked below, and I would love it if you left me a comment to say hello if you're still here. Virgo, I do wish you the very best at the end of this month. Everything is going to turn out beautifully. There's so much healing available. So with that, I will leave you, and I will talk to you soon. Hey Libra, welcome to your reading for the end of February. My name's Wendy, and I'm very happy to have you here with me today. Well, the tides are turning, Libra. It feels soft, steady, and the power is growing. And what I feel from this flow is a lot of that power comes from under the surface. It doesn't come from the top, it comes from under the surface. And as I say that, of course, we are moving into Pisces season at the end of this month. This reading is for the last 2 weeks of February. So let's see what's coming out for you, Libra. You're thinking about how to do things. You might be rearranging, or something in you I'm seeing Ouroboros, I'm seeing a clock, something in the Magician. Something is going back to the beginning. It's going back to where it started. It's going back to where it started. Which was simple and manageable. The crossroads. Interesting. A few signs have had this. I mean, you're at a point where... Sorry. You may have to clear your throat to be heard. The crossroads. So you're at a point where the path splits. Everything starts... Yes. Everything starts from the same place, but it starts to split apart. What was together is now, you've got a choice about how to handle something, how to do something, where to go. Libra. Lover. Wow. Okay. So you have to figure out if you're going together or separately. Someone If you're single, somebody new may enter your life, and you're kind of thinking, well, I was just about to go do this, and now I have this great opportunity with love. Maybe you're both wanting different things. I don't know. There's something where you have to consider how to handle this. I'm feeling for some of you, this lover is a nuisance. This is not actually somebody that you were looking for. The fact that he's playing the mandolin outside of somebody's window. Does the lady or recipient of that song want it? Or is he just very open and playing the song to whoever will sing back? You're at a crossroads. I'm at a crossroads with this lover card. Let's get another Lenormand and see. Clarify this lover, please, for Libra. The key. Okay, so you're getting deeper access. You're thinking, do I give this person a key to my home? Do I change the locks? Somebody could be giving you access to their heart or vice versa. I think there's a very meaningful exchange of trust. The door is opening. A door is opening. And it's going to change where you thought you were going right now. There's an offer of some kind, and it changes where you thought you were going. Key to my heart, the key to the door, the key around the neck as a symbol of devotion. This is just for me. It feels quite secret as well. Someone has a choice. They get the key, and they have to choose the path according to their heart. And if they stay true to their heart, at the end of the path, the key will open a door, it will unlock something. But if they are not true to their heart, then they've chosen the wrong path, and the key does not work at the end of this. How about, instead of playing mandolin at my window every evening and annoying my neighbors, why don't you come in? You may be choosing to take something further, give someone further access to you. I don't know, I have to trust my intuition with this. I feel like you are hesitant. You may really, really want to because you're in the throes of romance. But there is also some resistance under the surface to fully opening. And I mean, that's for some of you. Others of you, this is very joyous. And maybe there's a need for the first group to maybe look at why there is a lot of suspicion. Is it necessary in this case? I don't know. But it's there, so trust that gut feeling. If you're not ready, you're not ready. Others of you, like I said, your whole life is just taking a different path. You know that something's about to change. You feel ready for the change. You've been asking for the change. And my goodness, it may come a lot faster than you thought. And it's like, here I am. Okay, time to make a choice. It's time to make a choice. And it's important with these energies that you are moving step by step, establishing patterns, carving the path as you go, taking notes, budgeting your energy, pacing yourself. Did you change your... Someone out there is changing their locks and someone's trying to get in, or they're like, hey, are you home? Hey, I want to come back, or I want to get my stuff, or there's something there too. Libra, end of February. That one just gave me a little tiny headache. Okay, Libra. These cards are huge. I can barely hold them, so that's why I shuffle them kind of differently. If you're wondering what took so long. Well, the Eight of Pentacles again. Also in the key. So you've got the Eight of Pentacles twice. We talked about perfecting something, working on something. Maybe there's somebody who's made a token or an amulet for you, which is beautiful. They've made something by hand. But it is important to practice, to establish patterns. Things are in progress though. There's a lot of potential, okay? There's a lot of potential here. But just because you do something well once or twice, you have to be consistent with those 8 pentacles. You have to show that you can give the same result. It's like some of you were maybe in culinary school, or you want to bake something for a party, or I don't know, there's a need to have a consistent result. Cernunnos. Now the lovers are sleeping. I can change form. And I may look daunting, but I'm guarding over them. There's something territorial about this. I don't know if you need to protect your territory, if you need to strengthen things, more earth energy. So very earthy end of the month of Virgo full moon. 7 of Pentacles. Some of you may have a little bit of money or some kind of resource. I don't know, this lover, it's like kind of connects to Cernunnos for me. Even though we have the lovers on the bottom of the card, I feel like the lover energy is present in both the forest god and the lovers, like this territorial presence, or a presence that is felt in your current relationship. I don't know if some of you are just moving on with a new person from a recent relationship, or if your partner is kind of, there's still like an ex around or something. You have to be honest about that, I heard. Like really you want to build this relationship of trust. But others of you, there's just this energy that's kind of hanging over you. Maybe it's the fear that comes in after committing, and you're kind of like, wait a minute, what was the other option again? Wait a minute, what does the other path look like? Can I still see it from here? So, when you make the right decision, it gives you peace. But I think a lot of your past, and when you have given access to someone, or you've given someone access to you before, it may not have turned out beautifully. So there is naturally some self-protection. Others of you, something you've been working on is going to grow, but you have to maintain discipline, and you will see the financial increase. Okay, something is really going to start to grow, but you have to maintain a routine. You have to be strict with yourself. You have to discipline yourself. A lot of you being your own boss or being in charge of others, you need to set expectations, have goals, make sure that you're checking in regularly. It's a lot of earth energy, so it's very much about what you see, what you experience, the result, what you can see and touch. Prince of Wands. A house move could be in the cards for some of you. Time to change residence or travel. There's some passion. There could be a hot lover that shows up temporarily. Ace of Swords. Okay, so this financial growth that you're experiencing is really making you excited, and it's inspiring you to do more. So your faith in yourself is growing, because now you can get up and be excited. I can't wait to get to that project, or I can't wait to to do this today, like that first thing you think of when you wake up, that gets you out of bed, you know, that really makes you excited and feel purposeful, feel passionate. Some of you may be considering a job in emergency response, first responders, working as paramedics, firemen, fire people, some kind of job where you are called to action and you have to act quickly, and you like the heroism of this. There's some kind of hero, and there's also some kind of looming memory or looming fear, looming shadow. And another pentacle, the Four of Pentacles. A lot of you are definitely, something is happening with your home. You're signing a lease, you're signing a contract, you're signing papers. You could be getting the key to a new home. Congratulations if that's the case. Absolutely see a lot of things happening with your domestic life. I hate to say it, some of you may have to move because I'm tasting sour, like lime juice. Almost like a whiskey sour. It's like that limey, or a green freezy. It's got that limey taste. Limey. Liverpool, some of you are moving. Maybe England, you know, with a beautiful sword. I don't know, maybe this looming shadow makes you want to move. It could be like there's a big corporate tower next to you, or you just may not like the scenery of where you are, and so you want to move. But there's, you know, more than anything, there's just a really nice energy at the end of this month where you have a choice about where to invest. So what has worked for you? What are you working on? How do you want to spend your days? Think about your day-to-day life. What does that routine look like? What are you doing? Who are you engaging with? What are you making? How much money are you making? How are you providing, like, what's your service to the world? And then there's this discipline and this routine and this like almost obsession with like, I have to do this, I'm so excited. You really want to ride that passion while you have it. It does connect also to Cernunnos. And look, here's the key, and there's the key opening the chest. But there's access to resources, there's access to money. Some of you might get lucky and just find a few 20s rolled up somewhere in a pocket, or you forgot that you had this money in an envelope, or there's some kind of resource that was previously locked and is now opening. Now, don't spend it all. That's another message. You do want to hold on to some and maybe not tell, because you're very excited, but you don't want to just jump around and tell everybody, and that could introduce some fake friends. It could introduce chaos. I think you move quietly. I think you move steadily. Some of you were just getting started with something, but it was too heavy, and now you've had to take a different path. And luckily, there's still time on the road, right? There's still time to change the road you're on. There's still time to change that road you're on. Your tool, your knowledge, your tool, something you work with, is giving you access to a fund, or gaining access to a person who's very afraid, gaining access to something sacred, but it's been sealed shut, and it's been kept underground or hidden, closed up for years. Now, are you taking money from the fund or are you adding to it? Because you have a little bit of extra. You have bounty. You have abundance. And I've just realized this person is putting money into the chest. Now, I think some of you have things you need to act quickly on. There could be a payment of some kind. But I feel like something comes through just in the nick of time. And I'm seeing a ton of birds above, which is so affirming. I haven't really seen birds overhead yet this morning since I've been reading. So that's a beautiful affirmation for you, Libra. I mean, you can take a little bit to cover what's needed, but you seem to be keeping it humble. There's no filler, there's no, like, you're really trimming the fat, so to speak. You're really living humbly, keeping it simple, just little bit by little bit. You're starting to build up a reliable structure, a reliable system, very Capricorn. You are really building something here, a skeleton that is coming to life. So, Libra, it looks like a pretty productive and exciting end of the month. If you would like a personal reading with me, my website is below. Libra, I hope you have a wonderful couple of weeks, and I will see you soon for the March readings. Hey there, Scorpio. Welcome to your reading for the end of February. I hope you're all having a beautiful day wherever you are in the world. Scorpio. Arpeggio. Musical. End of the month feels musical for you. We're moving into Pisces season, so for those of you Scorpio suns or most of the Scorpio risings, collectively the sun is moving into your 5th house. And this symbolizes a time of great creativity, creating from excitement. There's a lot of potential, a lot of resources, pure inspiration, creating from love, creating from joy. The anchor. Mysterious. Is the anchor something? You are an anchor, I think, to many people. This is kind of the main energy at the end of the month. It does feel heavy. Do you feel like you're not allowed to do something, or you can't move forward? Or are you deciding to drop anchor here? Is it safe here? Is this where you want to spend some time? It's both. There's a little bit of indecision about this commitment or this permanence. The thing about an anchor is it's not really permanent. You can pull it up at any time. So that's the thing. If you just want to drop anchor, stay here for a while, that's totally okay. And then if you decide it's time to move on, you pull the anchor back up and you move along. So don't worry. It's heavy because it's meant to stabilize you. It's there to help you. Some of you need a weighted blanket or you use a weighted blanket. Oh, doctor. Well, there's the anchor. You might have to slow down on something or stay put for now due to doctor's orders. But somebody here is a professional. They have access to information. They analyze, they understand. And the lilies. Oh goodness, the anchor and the lilies are anchor's so heavy for the lilies. But stay hopeful. It's kind of, some of you may be laid up at the end of the month, and I see people bringing flowers. There is a flower arrangement. Detox, purifying. You're doing what lilies do. They close up and then they open back up to the sun, like most flowers. Close and then open. I am getting a message, and I just have to say it because I do see XXX in both of the cards. And for some of you, quite honestly, I think you need to be careful and you need to be well informed with whatever you're engaging with in a sexually intimate way. Some of you are going to feel ready to start fresh, and maybe some of you are thinking about having a child because you feel rooted, you feel safe, and some of you are maybe considering something you hadn't before. That's also a fifth house, right? The fifth house activity of conception and raising children. I think there's something about commitment here, expectation. Because we're moving from the bottom of the ocean to the top of the mountain. And there's far less at the top of the mountain than there is at the bottom of the ocean. But either experience can feel isolating. I think you need to get out of a heavy environment that could be polluted or full of stuff. I see you need to cleanse your air, get some fresh air. Air purifiers. Maybe some of you want to undergo a very intensive expedition. Maybe you do want to, you need to consult a doctor because maybe you want to climb an actual mountain, or you want to undergo some big feat. You have a big goal. And the anchor is there as something that, like when you're rock climbing or when you are going up the side of a mountain, for example, you are connected to a harness. I don't think you want to freestyle this. I think you do need to be chained, for lack of a better word, harnessed. And the doctor's like checking your vitals and letting you know that everything's good. You can undergo this expedition. You can withstand the pressure changes in the water or way above the clouds. Scorpio. And when I saw the arpeggio and the music, I wanted to say scaling. Did I mention that word? I'm not sure if I said it out loud, but scaling. Scaling a mountain, scaling a project, scaling, going along the side. I don't know, you want to do something pretty bold. Tower, the Four of Wands, and the Ferret. So everything is about to change, and it's going to go back to a foundational. You're going to have to build from the ground up again. When you thought you'd reached some kind of height or summit, you will be humbled, I'm going to say. There could have been a decision or a commitment made based on a foundation that was, even if you thought it was strong or even if you thought it was well established, something about the foundation, there was either the full truth wasn't given, the full feelings were not communicated, full expectations, maybe somebody changes their promise or their mind, and that's, you know, often the Tower shows up when we make decisions based on outside circumstances rather than what we know and trust within ourselves. And there's something very big that is changing your mind, changing your structures, changing the way you've reached a certain limit. This is the thing in life generally. The climbing a mountain is probably just a metaphor for a lot of you, that you have reached a summit and you thought that you had reached the highest point. And then the Tower happens and you're like, oh my goodness. Either I'm back at the bottom and the mountain is totally different now, or there's another mountain ahead and I'm not even anywhere close to the top. So you realize that there's still quite a journey ahead. I'm seeing a lot of energy around the home. Two people cooking, painting, combining forces. It seems to be a nice, happy flow. Things are restored in the distance. I see that as the Tower back there through the window. Things are restored. The storm clears, right? The rainbow's there. And everything's working in perfect harmony, but it's going to take a lot of cooperation because something about your living situation, your home, the bed itself, you'll be painting from, it's like I'm seeing Frida Kahlo painting in her bed, where, and I know we most of us know that story, but like she went through this accident that was completely unexpected, and then she was bedridden, and the only thing she could do was paint. Like, what else am I gonna do? You know, sit here? So it inspired a lot of this creativity, and it was very honest, raw, brutal. These paintings, these images of a woman suffering. All right, sorry about that cut there. If you notice, I have wanted to go fluff up my hair a little more. Five of Swords, goodness. Some of you, you're leaving a job, you're leaving a relationship. There's a massive breakup here. Five of Wands. There was no real structure, there was no real leadership. What started so stable and so clean and beautiful is now, you may have to say goodbye to something or cut something out because it creates tension or it creates stomach aches, muscle aches. A lot of you, like I said, leaving a job, leaving a relationship, there has been a lot of fighting over. Someone feels content, someone feels settled, but the other person feels empty and feels like there's still so much more that needs to be done. And we just cannot see eye to eye. You're staying out of it. You're wise to stay out of it. You know, mind your own business, do your own thing. You're that chicken down there. You're that rooster. That's you. Staying out of it. And there could be something you learn or gain from that, but don't get involved in the competition or the fighting or all of that, because those people need direction. They need leadership. They need coaching of some kind. They need this creative flow. They need peace. They need intervention of some kind. Others of you, this represents roadblocks coming up. It kind of like, even though you're happy some of you, happy at home, in a good flow, focusing on just simple things like cooking and taking care of your routine and cleaning the house and just being very humble and living a simple life, you're kind of still looking over your shoulder and you're thinking about unresolved tension. The High Priestess. But some of you do need to spend that time by yourself. Or someone, the other person, may need to go off by themselves. I think silence is important here. Leading others, showing others how to control their energy. Meditation, peace, patience. Consulting the book, consulting. Some of you felt quite heavy sharing a space with someone. Your job, your commitments, your home, your roommates, your teammates, something just felt very tense. And you're needing a break, or you're needing your own space, you're needing to meditate, you're needing to focus on quiet. Okay. Do you have any advice for Scorpio? Ace of Swords. I heard trust yourself and sever ties. Others of you need to commit and remember your purpose. Find that sword or that resource that's left in the rubble after the tower. You will resurface. This is that anchor coming up, right? You will resurface. But at the end of this month, there are tensions due to things unseen. Something behind the scenes, a whisper. The energy of a person. Something feels very present over you. Ace of Swords as well. Cut free. There could be a minor surgery that you're thinking about. Your advice would be to do it. Just something, just to remove something. Others of you need to start writing your story. But ultimately, the end of this month does bring surprise heaviness, surprise change. somebody is so in their own world, working on their own things, that they don't even notice the tension under the surface. They don't notice what's going on outside their window or happening beneath them. So you either have to say something, sign something, cut something, and remember your promise, remember what you believe in. Trust that you'll have that new idea. Trust that you will be refreshed. You have the power to conjure something. So Scorpio, I will leave that there. I hope you have a wonderful end to the month. I know there is some challenging cards here, but you'll be okay. If you'd like a personal reading with me, my books are open. My website's below. I would love to read for you. And I will see you very soon. Hey Sagittarius, welcome to your reading for the end of February. I was just, right before I started recording, I was reflecting on how this was my favorite shirt during December, and I realized that's your birthday season. This was my favorite shirt during your birthday season. I got lots of use out of it. I hope you're doing well wherever you are in the world. This is a reading for Sagittarius for the end of February. My books are open for private readings if you're interested. Website is below. Sagittarius, you're looking deep into the cavern of something. And the light appears. The anchor, Scorpio just had this too. The anchor is heavy, and at first when we see it, it can feel daunting. It can feel like something's weighing us down. But the anchor is up to you. You drop anchor when you want, and when you're done and you're ready to move on, you pull the anchor back up. But it does feel like there's something about weight, carrying some kind of weight. But maybe it's important to recognize that you always have something you can rely on that will ground you, stabilize you, keep you in place. I feel it's a mixed relationship with that anchor. Sagittarius. Ooh, love. So love feels safe. Love is your anchor at the end of the month. But love can make us so heavy as well. As much as it can lighten us and lift us and give us wings and reason to get out of bed in the morning, love can also make us very heavy. And Cupid has his arrows, and to me that kind of matches the pointy bits of the anchor. You might feel punctured by something. Sagittarius. I apologize, I'm losing my voice a little bit. If I cut the video at any point, it's not because I'm cutting out the reading, I just need to clear my throat. Sagittarius. Let's clarify this love card. End of February. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. A heart. So love is very much, my goodness. It feels very old school tattoo as well. The anchor, the heart, the cherub. There's something tried and true and kind of old-timey about this. These are old cards, I mean. So your heart is full, love is there, love is your anchor. And love is where we ground from. We ground from the heart. I'm actually playing heart frequency music in the background because it is the center. So it feels balancing and it feels like that's the truth. That's where the life comes from. That's the truth. So I felt it was important to play that music today. Love is the anchor, love is the center, love balances. And love is there when we choose to move along. Love moves with us. You know, you're a moving target. Your heart is a moving target. It's about feeling safe, feeling reborn, feeling that you are not just receiving love or supported by it, but you also provide this. The heart is healing, I heard, because it did seem like there were some puncture wounds, but the heart is healing. You're feeling hopeful. You're feeling hopeful. Sagittarius, end of February. And those of you who are just in a new relationship, you may choose to drop anchor with this person. There's a lot of commitment, stabilizing, feeling safe. Seven of Pentacles, where do we go from here? It's time to invest. It's time to consider what's next. The Hermit. You're really going to have to look inside for that true answer, what you want to do. The Three of Cups. Now music is here, weddings, celebration, the cyclical nature of something. What I'm feeling is for some of you, something kind of danced its way into your life, and it may have also danced itself out. Something felt cyclical, but there's the presence of people here who support you. And you kind of have to make a choice between the Hermit life and the Three of Cups. Well, why can't we have both? Why does it have to be one or the other? Some of you may be considering investing money, or something about this may affect your finances or your resources, or just you considering where to drop anchor, where to set this foundation, where to commit. Okay, I'm ready. I'm done searching. I'm coming home. I'm driving my boat into the dock, and I am staying here and letting my heart grow. I don't know if this is something that you can go through by yourself. I think the cards are really asking you to make time for your friends, ask your friends, talk to your friends, be with people who lift you. Community is very important at the end of this month. But I also see that someone is feeling positive, they're feeling hopeful, they're feeling energetic, and they're ready to come out of hiding. They're ready to celebrate, they're ready to participate. Somebody is present where they've been isolated, or for whatever reason they were separate, and now they are back. They're participating again. Queen of Cups. The Six of Cups. This is really nice because energy is reciprocated. A lot of you are reminiscing about the past or connecting to someone from the past. Something feels familiar. Maybe it's an old friend. The energy is like, you don't feel like you're being drained. The energy is reciprocated, right? You fill my cup, I fill your cup. This conversation heals both of us. This is soothing. You know, the way that I have this heart music, heart frequency music playing in the background, this reading is soothing me as much as it's serving you. So that's a very Six of Cups to me. It's very reciprocal. It feels innocent. It feels restorative. I think you've really been worried about someone, even if this person comes out of hiding and is kind of joining into the celebration, you might still really worry about them. You've always got something in the back of your mind. This Queen of Cups, right? She's that part of us that's very intuitive, deeply feeling, but always kind of worried about people in a way. And at the first sign of danger, the first, like, she's very connected to her crown chakra and her third eye, but sometimes the message gets mixed up because she's worried, like at the foundational level, so the message might get mixed up. So there's a need to just go back to this innocent place. I'm seeing old friends, I'm seeing, like, let's just enjoy the moment, let's be happy for today. We're here, it's now. And the Prince of Pentacles. Okay, so something is gaining strength, but it may take time. It's going to take 6 months. It's going to take time. But this cycle, the Virgo energy is very strong. So the Virgo full moon is probably where a lot of this happens. It even looks like a full moon in the back of that card. I know it's a shield, but there's a lot of full moon energy in here. Are you doing some kind of ritual? Are you having a spiritual experience with someone you really care about? Some of you may be looking for a location. You're looking for a location of something that you lost. A ring or jewelry or a letter. There's something that you've missed from somebody. For whatever reason, you want to reconnect with that memory. I think the end of this month is tender for a lot of us, tender for a lot of you. There's potential to relocate. I don't know if that's really what you're thinking about, but it is sometimes it is kind of in the cards here, where you could be looking for a new location, a new job, a new house, you're looking for a new place to set down some roots. And there's a new rhythm being established, but it's going to take time. It's a really slow go at first, but it will turn around. It feels purposeful when this hermit comes down the mountain. It's because someone has asked for his teachings or his wisdom. He doesn't come down from the mountain and say, "All right, who wants to talk to me?" He's there to serve society. I know some of you just said, by rocking. I serve a society by rocking. But the energy is stabilizing, it's balancing. There could be a wedding. You're grateful, you feel so grateful, your cup is full, and you're so grateful because this person makes you feel like a kid again. There's innocence restored. Feels like you're just getting to know each other. And it's that happy new feeling where anything's possible, but you want to take it slowly because, Seven of Pentacles, you've considered your resources, your energy levels. You've also looked at the past and where you are now, and you're ready to come out of hiding. But you're going to be careful. You're going to give it time. You're going to let, there's a shy approach, but some of you are watching your children grow up. You're watching, you're kind of like reminiscing when they were younger and you're seeing them now. There's a lot of, like, Pisces season is very cyclical and wise, but it does connect us to the past as much as it can connect us to what we sense for the future. And for you, there's something about connecting to this old memory and maybe connecting with an old friend or somebody you used to know, someone from the past. and you don't really know how to interact. You feel a little awkward or a little shy, but it is in a happy setting. And you might be afraid to open up. You're afraid to commit, but just take it slow. You know, don't, whatever this is, there's a lot of stories going on, but really the message is just take it slow. You don't need to have any expectations right now or anything like that. Just take it slowly and just enjoy the feeling. I think I'll leave that there. I hope you have a wonderful end to the month. And my books are open for personal readings, so if you want to book a reading with me, I'm available. My website is linked below. Sagittarius, have a wonderful end to the month, and I will talk to you soon. Hello Capricorn, welcome to your reading for the end of February. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. I woke up with a lot of hope today. The sun is shining. It feels like a new day. You have clover. Interesting. Now, a couple of signs have also had this, so I don't know if you're dealing with them, but it does seem to be something the collective or part of the collective is dealing with too. If that makes sense or if it gives you comfort. Cancer had clover and Taurus. Are you dealing with a Taurus or a Cancer perhaps? So there's something about the end of this month that feels like a chapter is, there's an appreciation for a chapter, but ooh, beautiful old car, dark green just drove by, seeing something rare. And I mean, I can't even really see unless I really push myself up to see, but something told me to look out the window. So there's a passing moment. But as I was saying, there's an appreciation for something that is short-lived, like a dream or a wish come true, or a moment of luck, or even just the transient nature of life, the cycles, the way that things are always kind of unfolding and unrolling and changing. So you're getting lucky, and something about, I'm seeing the word business meeting, connecting for the sake of business or networking perhaps. You might have a lucky meeting. It's going to go really well. Whatever you have coming up at the end of this month is going to go really well. Others of you are kind of just accepting that something has run its course. Oh goodness. So you have widower and thief. So there could be a moment of opportunity for somebody. Now, Cancer had a very strange message about not the thief necessarily, but something relating to an opportunistic person. And I don't mean to keep talking about the other readings, but there is some similarity that you may be dealing with. I do think a lot of you are dealing with this. Or because Cancer is your partnership sector, it's your opposite. Maybe this is your clients or your public or a contract or something. It feels like somebody's kind of, while someone is in the midst of hardship or grief or taking a sacred moment to honor something, this thief energy kind of comes in, sees the moment, and acts. Now, not everyone is dealing with a thief. Some of you, I'm seeing the word widower, I don't know, it could be window, but I think some of you are also needing to see the moment when it comes and grab it, like go for it, do something. There's a window of time where you have to get in and out. Tell me a little bit more about the widower and the thief. The bear and the ring, the mother's ring, could be a family member, somebody looking for an heirloom, They come to your house. There's someone that comes by like with a purpose, but this does relate to mother energy, protection, strength, solidity, someone you can trust. I do get a feminine family member, and something about an actual ring, a piece of jewelry, something lucky, something, you know, it's hard because it's like one of the few things that the person has to remember them by. Maybe you're dealing with some hard family stuff where it's just the delegation of roles, or the, you know, the doling out or the reading out of an estate. Why don't we get some cards for Capricorn, please? I feel like someone protects it though. Somebody's actually there. The thief may think that they have a window of time, but I think that someone catches them. This bear is protective and is watching over, and like a guardian. I don't know if this person is able to get away with it. Others of you feel you're grieving for a greater, like it's more of an analogy. This is an analogy that we're talking about, and you're grieving for the time lost, or you feel like you couldn't be yourself. You feel like something was kind of stolen from you. But I'm seeing that you learned a lot in this time period, and you're trying to be grateful for that as well. And now you're more committed to loving yourself, being comfortable with yourself. There's a big commitment to protection. Yeah, it's a piece of jewelry or something significant to the family, to the legacy. Clovers are rare. This is a rare thing. And it seems like a lot of people are just after it. Someone may discover something, like there's a great discovery, but it's a lot of people are trying to take credit for it. Or, you know, when you go to a concert and the person throws their shirt into the crowd and everyone's fighting over it, like, or they go to a baseball game and they catch the ball and someone tries to take it. There's something there where there's a rightful owner, there's a rightful winner, but there's a greedy person kind of watching. But I have to say, for some of you, I sense that there is, this bear could also be like a dog. I mean, there is a dog card in that deck, but I feel like it's just a protective energy that comes out and goes, what are you doing? And I think a lot of you too may be repairing relationships with a mother figure, or just kind of thinking about them at this time. Because I'm getting a maternal energy that is very, like, loves everyone deeply, wants the best for everybody, really cares and loves their family and everyone with their whole heart and their whole being. But they're misunderstood because they might rub everyone the wrong way, or they're like a nuisance, like they're constantly nagging, or they're always worried, or they're overprotective, overbearing. A ring bearer. The ring bearer at a wedding, does the person show up? The ring bearer, bearing the ring. Some of you are watching Lord of the Rings, and Gollum is the thief. We're moving into Pisces season. Some of the readings have been a little strange. Okay. Seven of Swords, the Thief card. You're trying to get away with something. Someone is trying to get away with something. They're seeing what they can push, how long they can be on the run, how long they can escape or evade detection. Some of you, this is really serious. Others of you, it's more like a playful teenager that kind of takes the family car and they go out for a joyride, or they're gone longer than you think. Keep an eye out. Have some extra protection around you. 10 of Wands. There's that widower energy. Someone is like, they can't bear it all though. They can't actually carry all this. I was feeling that because my candle wax was starting to drip when I was looking at the thief, and I had a feeling like they drop something, or they spill, or there's some kind of noise, or there's further development. Some of you have already dealt with this, and there is further development to your case at the end of the month. The Three of Pentacles. This could be a person at work who maybe is embezzling funds, misappropriating funds. I see a lot of you installing security cameras, or just really looking at the details of the layout, or looking at details. Three of Pentacles could also indicate authorities that are coming in to look at details you wouldn't necessarily notice. This is a trained professional. Like the 10 of Wands, you're trying to do it all yourself. 7 of Wands, Seven of Swords, sorry. You're trying to solve a problem. You're trying to analyze, research, learn as much as you can, figure it out yourself. Like looking at your books, where did this go? There's something missing. And the 10 of Wands, you can't do it all yourself. It's too much. It's overwhelming. The Three of Pentacles, there's a professional who can come in and look at the details, knows what to look for, first of all. They're going to ask the right questions. There's just something about this expertise that will really help further this scenario. Details of I don't know if it's a will. Some of you are training, you're learning how to respond to these like this energy could also be those of you who are wanting to be first responders, respond to this type of thing where you are kind of a thief in a way, because you kind of have to like break in somewhere to save somebody's life. There's a commitment here to protecting. And some of it is material objects, some of it is people, some of it's ideas, but there needs to be greater protection. And some of you are learning or training, you're learning a job, you're learning how to save a life, how to do everything you can. I think there's a lot of heaviness, whatever this is, there is a lot of heavy energy relating to your mind and what you're carrying. Like you're carrying a burden, you're carrying a secret that is really starting to weigh on you, but someone else is kind of looking at details going, you know, does this make sense? Or like, maybe this is how you could solve this problem. 4 of Cups. 5 of Pentacles. Why didn't I say anything sooner? I ignored the signs. I ignored how I felt. I didn't trust my gut instinct. Now I'm at a loss. Now I feel uncomfortable. There's something, Ace of Wands. So good news, there is a bright idea. There's new activity, you know, by the beginning of March, I'm gonna say. But like the spark, the clue, the answer, this is a mystery. There's some of you could be writing a mystery novel or something thrilling like that, but I don't know, this seems very serious. This seems very serious. So my advice from these cards is to look at your details, look at your plans, have a plan. Some of you are making a plan to escape. Some of you have already mourned a relationship. and it's time to escape. The thief is not always someone that wants to come take something from you. Sometimes you have to escape a situation quickly or go undetected, or like one chance, one move. You don't want to keep going back and forth. This is there is something for you where you may feel like things just don't click. You can't fit in. Something doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. You're different from the rest. You can't. It's hard to be normal. And I think that this new age, we're learning that, and there are lots of different ways for different students to learn and different people to work according to their needs and their abilities. You know, how can we be more inclusive? This is definitely about problem solving for being more inclusive. I don't know, what is this? I get a message that somebody somewhere is keeping records. They are noticing. They're keeping records. This reading is, I almost feel sick as I look at that Three of Pentacles. Something in the workplace. Somebody kind of finds this window of opportunity because they don't feel recognized, or they don't feel appreciated, or they feel put upon or less than by their surroundings, by their peers, maybe by their family. And so they're kind of trying to rebel against that and take some kind of power back over the narrative. A time like this, I heard. How could you at a time like this? I need to pull some more cards. Show me the bear. Just seems like somebody's pretending to be nice. Somebody's pretending to be all cuddly and sweet, but they're after something else. The clover, there's a window of time, there's a moment. The bear, rebirth. So coming out of hibernation, coming out of hiding. You will hear me now. I just feel like that, like there's a bear sitting in this room, in this cave. And like a person tries to go in when they think nobody's there, nobody's watching, but the bear comes out of nowhere. Some of you need to get a big dog. Okay. It appears my power's just gone out. the dark, and then the truth. This is huge for you, Capricorn. And I kind of feel like for the collective, I have such chills where there is that darkness and then the light returns. More to this energy. What's going on here? Four of Pentacles, King of Wands, the Star. Something's emerging. There's something really powerful happening right now. I think to myself, to you as well, and that could be the thief energy. Maybe there's someone's mistake affects you. It might not be someone trying to get into you necessarily, but like people drive into hydro poles all the time and they take out power grids, you know? So it kind of affects things. The House, the fire sign man, the watcher, the one being watched. Somebody's watching the house. Someone is innocent. It feels this is very creepy. And as a reader, I shouldn't be giving judgments like that or statements of value, but look at these cards. Four of Pentacles, somebody's watching you put money in the bank. They know where you stash something. King of Wands is watching, right? He sees. And he's brazen enough. And then the Star is like that moment. It's the compass, the location, the ring, the jewelry, the resource. Yeah, my Wi-Fi's out. Okay, yeah, there's no power. I can't see any of the other houses if they have power. I don't think so. So I do feel it's a collective energy. Now it's strange because when I do these readings too, it's like my intention is to read for Capricorn for the end of February. Today's February 9th, and we're obviously tapping into some collective stuff. But I'm curious how you all are relating to this. I know that this is a heavy message, but it's necessary. Someone needs to be prepared to deal with something. Be more private, be more protective. Don't be naive. You know, close your windows at night. Heard a dog bark. We're going to start to see. So the truth emerges anyway at the end of this month. A lot of you will maybe experience, you lose interest in something, and then this spark, this Ace of Wands comes and the rebirth. You have hope again. You have the light comes back. And maybe this is about resources, because I mean, when the power goes out, what do? Luckily, the sun is out right now, and I have lots of candles I can burn if the nighttime comes and the power is still out. But I think this asks a greater question about, the wind is really picking up. I think this asks a greater question about what we rely on as resources and kind of what we can rely on, what we need to learn. If a certain resource or like access to it kind of changes, like what can you learn? Seven of Swords, you know, as the outsider, as the rebel, as someone who wants to be independent and educated and self-reliant, do that, learn that new skill, learn how to garden, or learn how to fix plumbing, or learn how to build a fire. Like, maybe this is kind of a message too about relying on a lot of comfort, not relying on comfort, becoming complacent or too comfortable. There's a need for vigilance, I see in your reading. Do you want to just show me? I'm going to ask Lenormand. I feel like you have one more message. What does Capricorn need to know for the end of this month? What does Capricorn need to know? What does Capricorn need to know? The Anchor. Very much similar to the Bear, the Ring, right? These commitments, feeling stable, grounded. The thing about the Anchor is you can drop it at any time if you want to set down some roots, but if you decide you need to move on, you can pull the Anchor up, right? The Anchor moves with you. It's your tool. Scorpio had this as well. So Earth and Water seem to be dealing with some changes at the end of the month. Focus on what stabilizes you. Focus on, in terms of security, like have some, like don't just let something sit out, maybe attach it to something or put a case around it, you know, just things like that. There's always something you can rely on. So it feels safe. It does. I just feel like you feel heavy dragging this anchor behind you. You're dragging it behind you and it feels heavy. So there is something that maybe you want to drop, or you might be looking for a new place to live. For some of you, there's a wonderful opportunity that you've been waiting for where you can start to express yourself. A lot of you need to come out of this Four of Pentacles, like scared, sort of in the corner type of like, I can't trust anyone, I don't want to open up. There's a deep transformation there where you feel more like you can use your voice with that King of Wands. Some of you are going to connect creatively to people. The Star, you're more visible. Great success in the arts. Some really interesting ideas and developments in the arts. Now the crows are gathering. And they look like mourning doves in the light, but they are crows. It's like they're ready to watch something. They're lining up, getting ready for the show. I think there will be bold expressions, boldness. There's some bold stuff happening at the end of this month. I'm going to leave the reading there. I know that this reading was heavy, but is very important. I hope it's helpful. I hope that if anything, those of you dealing with this, it helps you kind of take preventative measures. I hope that if there's a need for justice, I hope you get your justice. If you want a private reading, I'm available for that too. My link is in the description box. Capricorn, I wish you the best. Stay strong, and I will see you soon. Hi Aquarius, welcome to your reading for the end of February. My name's Wendy. I'm very happy to have you here today. I just replaced this candle and it's got an interesting curve to it. We'll call it the Ace of Wands. It's nice that it's brought a little bit of, well, I guess your energy has brought some relief, some humor. Capricorn reading was just very heavy. Normally I have a little more lighting going on. I'm trying to really improve that, but my power's actually gone out during the Capricorn reading, so I mean, it's bright enough, the sun's out. And I'm losing my voice a little bit. Okay, end of February for you. Happy birthday, by the way. You have the Book, the Child, and the Moon. Oh, that's so fairy tale, that's so magical. Children's stories, nighttime stories, lullabies, learning how to make jewelry. Some of you are birthing a new creative project. And it has to do with jewelry. Soldering, doing something crafty like that, working with silver in particular. There's a story, there are rules, there's some instruction to follow. Somebody's learning, somebody is perhaps naive or just not as aware. They're new to something and I don't know, you could be filling a book with all kinds of ideas. You could be healing your inner child. You could be sketching and feeling that freedom of a child where it's not about how can I make money from this or this better be the best thing ever. Like it's just kind of, I must color. I see it's being very therapeutic for you. You might stumble upon somebody's journal, or they may stumble upon your, like a journal or a sketchbook, something personal I think that you have written. I don't know if you want anyone to see this. I just recommend trying to keep that hidden if that's the case. And, you know, just because something is sitting out doesn't mean it's open. Doesn't mean you can open it and, you know, invade somebody's space like that. The Lover. There's some kind of legislation happening or like legalities relating to children, the protection of children, what's going to happen next. There's a period of uncertainty, perhaps, at the end of this month. Others of you, it does feel quite romantic. Something happens by chance, you stumble upon something. A person who doesn't normally speak much. There's a rich inner life. There's a rich inner life. Your imagination is very alive. Justice. I thought that was the King of Cups, but I just cut the deck at Justice. You're very imaginative at the end of this month. I mean, it's Pisces season. You'll be looking at your relationship with your money, your possessions, your security. Try not to spend too much. Try to save more. Keep records, write things down. Don't just go into things, the more serious things like your bank account, your finances. You know, don't just, I think you want to be more aware of something because previously you've been unaware and naive, perhaps. taming the wild side. How to deal with somebody who has a hard time expressing themselves. How to include them, how to work with them. Others of you having great success with some kind of story that you're writing. First love. You could be looking through your old journal, reminiscing about your first love. The Lady. Two of Cups. So fertility's on your mind, and the Ten of Swords. You're saying, that's the last time I've let someone in who was not up to my standards, or who did not match me, or who was not as forthcoming or giving as I am. Some of you may be parents, grandparents, and I think the child, or this, like they're a student and maybe they bring a little cold home. There could be some minor illness at the end of this month. A lot of you will have more time to read, more time to draw, more time to journal. Just theorize and figure things out, because you will be potentially at home, potentially with a cold, so like not going to work. Some of you have really reached burnout. This is a significant period where you need to rest. You need to stop burning your resources, burning the candle at both ends. If something doesn't feel right, please trust it, because it kind of feels like you're ignoring how you feel regarding a love interest, some of you, and you're kind of going into it like lackadaisical. Some of you are going through a new treatment. There's medicine here. There is some kind of new treatment relating to, or like an infusion. I'm seeing maybe a blood infusion, IV nutrients. Some of you may be having a hard time absorbing nutrients, and there is some new research or discoveries or options relating to how you can get yourself back to full health. But it's kind of like the end of this month brings an introduction of something to you. And at first, you're going to perhaps reject it. Now, if this is a person, trust how you really feel. Trust how they truly make you feel, because something doesn't quite feel right. Others of you, it's going to take some time to adapt. Five of Cups, okay. Two of Pentacles. So there is some downtime, some Two of Swords. You might feel stabbed in the back by a friend, or some of you, someone's trying to like force something that doesn't fit. When you go against your natural chemistry, your natural energy, I guess, your natural proclivities, you're going to meet resistance because you're not meant to really be there. And it's not about just giving in and only being in your comfort zone forever, but I really think that something here, there's a feeling of like, maybe don't go there, or don't do that, or you know, it's not quite right. It doesn't feel quite right. Something doesn't feel right. It starts out as a little thing and then it kind of becomes dramatic with the Ten of Swords. Some of you, this is family members. It's like, we're so different. How can we be so different and yet come from the same place? You're at a place now where you have to cut something off. You have to close a door. Aquarius, what is this? I feel so tired all of a sudden. This is really going to be a turning point at the end of this month where it's the last straw, it's the last thing, but after this, you know that everything's going to change, but you have to really turn your back on that past, on that toxic situation. It just wasn't good for you. You knew, you saw yourself changing, you felt the unhealthy effects, and now you are moving forward. Somebody went a little too far. It feels like something went too far. It became overwhelming. Someone let their feelings get the better of them. The heat of the moment, there's like peak emotions, like they got really lost in how something felt as opposed to the logic of the situation. That's the book versus the child as well. And there's a bit of recovery. Now, I think some of you are dealing with maybe some health stuff, so there is some recovery. Some of you are maybe thinking about a minor surgery, something elective that actually makes your life easier. I feel for a lot of you it is more relating to the feminine energy. It makes your life a lot easier because you no longer have to worry about something as much as you did. But there is a turning point here. And I've seen the Ten of Swords. I mean, it's like everything at once. You know, it's everything at once. I mean, Pluto is in your sign, right? So Pluto is, and I use this word, but Pluto is decimating everything currently, really clearing out, breaking things down. There's really kind of this test right now, and I'm not saying it's for a bigger purpose or anything. I find that there's like these tests where it's like, how much can you handle? How committed are you to this? You know, these kinds of questions are being posed as Pluto sits in that 0 degree, like just at the doorway. I'm here. I'm Pluto, and I'm here. What are you going to do about it? And it has this really powerful quality to transform, but before the transformation, it has to erase the old. It has to tear down the old, clear it out. So a lot of us are really starting from zero. We are starting from scratch. Now, I'm not an Aquarius, but I have it in significant houses in my chart, so I feel you with this, okay? And yeah, the energy has been, I'm recording this under your new moon, actually, but the energy is like, a lot of people are just feeling drained. And for you, at the end of February, there has to be this turning point where you realize, man, something really threw me off balance, and you're kind of in this juggling act where you're juggling multiple things, or you're trying to make ends meet. You could be working multiple jobs or just doing what you have to do. You're divided somehow. Some of you may be divided between, you know, your place, you live alone, and then you have a partner, maybe you have a child, they have a child. There's some new responsibility, there's some new archetype that you're stepping into that is one of firmness, one of boundaries. And I do see you in recovery at the end of this month. Some of you may have given birth, or you are pregnant and you are sick from it, or you're laid up, or, you know, it's pretty wild to me how much that can affect a person, like the effects that it can have and how it changes you. So, that being said, pregnant or not, female or not, there's kind of this feeling at the end of the month where there's something greater than you that's bigger, and it's kind of overpowering you for the moment, but slowly you're getting your feet back, you're recovering, you are getting your balance back. A lot of you have been through something serious. And it's about getting that balance back, but really letting yourself be, work step by step. It's just about pacing. Don't take on too much. Don't weigh yourself down. But you're gaining stability back. After these cups have spilled, you start to get back to the material world, the solid ground, working with it, practicing balance, practicing both sides of the mind. You do have 3 twos. So there's definitely a theme this time about duality and maybe training opposite hands, like draw with your other hand or write with your other hand for a while. Do something with your other part of the brain. Listen to certain sound waves that align both sides of the brain. I think a lot of people in this scenario could also need a professional to guide them through this. I don't think this is something you can do on your own. I think you felt alone up to this point. And this is the point where you decide, I don't want to feel alone anymore because I can't. Like, I have to admit that I just can't do this myself. And that's okay. Because help will start to arrive once you declare that. Don't. We're talking about the book, which is the reading, the child, which is this kitty, creating some stress, and the moon. How am I going to handle this? There's some uncertainty. Oh, you're just going to sit right in the middle. That's the power's back on. That is so amazing. I'm so glad I caught that on camera. Lit the candle, the power came back on. Whoo! Somebody just needed some love. That cat, I think he just needed some love. Because I said that to him. I'm like, well, you just needed a snuggle. You just needed mommy to hold you and put you to bed. The power's back on, okay. Take this out and light it on fire again. I feel like I'm doing surgery. Ugh. Dexterity is needed. Dexterity is needed. Some of you, a mother figure is kind of causing. You're trying to study, right? The book. You're going to school. You're trying to study. And a mother could be helping with this, like watch a child while you're there. And there's a lover around, but I don't really know. They could be the one who could be supporting you through this, or they may be a distraction of some kind. Just kind of, or they take all the blame. There's a mother energy with her own propensity for drama, her own propensity for assuming the worst. And this might make it actually very challenging for you, where it started out as a helpful situation and it's hard for you to focus. I don't know, this person might drop their responsibility. Let's get you a card of advice. I want to get a card of advice for you, Aquarius. There's a lot going on here. Okay, that just jumped into my arms. Someone needs to be held. The 7 of Cups and the Ace of Cups and the 6 of Swords. Wow. So there is seeking salvation. There will be a boiling point. There will be something where something's too much. It's too much to bear. That 5 of Cups is showing it. The 10 of Swords is showing it. Something is too much to bear. And you're looking for something to believe in. You're looking for a brighter horizon. And you're getting there. You're almost at the shore. Look, they're reaching the reeds, the cat o' nine tails. So they're almost there. They're almost home. It's going to be a little bit of a journey, but there is reward. There is salvation. There is sanctuary. I think some of you just need to kind of untangle yourselves from this. Somebody's imagination is just getting to them. They don't see the blessing. They don't see how hard somebody's working or how hard someone is trying. And that can be so devastating when somebody doesn't believe you. And it's like, what do I have to do? You know, why do you assume the worst of me? There's this, why do you assume the worst of me? But you might decide it's just too much and you're going to move on. And it's not the time to even get closure or say how you feel, or you just need to reach the shore first, get to safety, get out of this, like move on, or you need to kind of get yourself to shore before you really look back and evaluate or think about your next step. Very challenging reading, and the interruption, so interesting, but that light coming back on, that was absolutely synchronistic. That cat is magical, but that was wild to me. You decide to light the light and then the power comes back. So light your candle, your power comes back. I hope you have an okay end to the month, Aquarius. If you would like a personal reading with me, I'd love to read for you. My website is linked below. Hi Pisces, welcome to your reading for the end of February. Very happy birthday to you. Now I will say that this morning has been a little chaotic for me. I've done a Capricorn, I've done Aquarius, and in Capricorn there was a very heavy message, and then the power went out, and then in Aquarius I had to put out my candle because the cat came on the table, and so I removed him, I snuggled him, and then I lit the candle, and the power came back on the second it hit the wick. Weird synchronicities are happening. Something is very, and it's interesting. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see what's coming up for you, Pisces, at the end of this month. It does feel like relief. It's taken a lot to get here. Saturn in your sign, Saturn with the sun. The tree. So focus on your health at the end of this month. Stabilizing. Feeling strong. Feeling rooted. Taking care of your health. Some of you may work in institutions or in healthcare. You have love. Sagittarius had this too. The tree and love. Affirmation. Also, a truck just drove by with a heart on the side, which is interesting. So you have loving energy around you. Abundance. It can grow more, it can spread. Are you thinking of reproducing? Pisces has love. It's romantic sitting under a tree with somebody. That image will never get old. Lovers united, or tying their hands and they have a tree between them, or there's something symbolic about dancing around this tree. A lot of you really just, there's a special tree that kind of speaks to you. I don't know if you visited, if it's outside your window, or don't know if you visit the tree or the tree visits you. Maybe a love interest. Oh, there's a love interest who might need a little bit of extra care. You might be love-struck, love-sick, sick with love. All right, Pisces, let's get some tarot cards. Justice. The Eight of Cups. So you're making up your mind, the decision is made. It feels right, it feels fair. You know what's right. And finally something is balanced enough, strong enough that you can move on, or you can take it away from here. You can take it away from this tree. King of Pentacles. Some of you, there's a job offer, there's an opportunity, there's some money coming to you. You feel loved, you feel held by the universe. There's some financial support. Five of Swords, the Sun, and the Ten of Pentacles. So finally you're feeling ready. You've made your decision and you're finally feeling ready to turn your back on this job, on this situation, a relationship perhaps. You're tired of somebody gloating about how much they have, how much they earn. Someone might make you uncomfortable because they always talk about your body, or there's something about sensuality, but it's not quite, it's like people trying to one-up each other. There's some kind of power dynamic relating to sensuality. It just doesn't feel right. I mean, February generally for a lot of the signs, for the collective, seems to be about breaking away. And it's because Pluto has been with the sun. You know, Pluto is standing at the doorway right now at that 0-degree mark of Aquarius and is like, I'm here now. What are you going to do about it? And kind of obscuring the light, but also you need to address everything in the room, or like address something before Pluto clears out of the door, before you can sort of get to the doorway. There's like something that needs to be addressed. Now, this is interesting because a lot of you are getting some kind of financial increase that allows you to move forward in your chosen career. So you no longer have to rely on somebody else. Maybe you just have a bank loan now. It's not about working for someone else. You want to enact your own vision, do something for yourself, or like invest in a business. And now you have a little bit of help. You have some financial help, some freedom. And this is really what you want to be known for. This is about stepping into your power. You feel powerful, your body is powerful, you feel strong, you feel energized, you feel proud, and you kind of feel at home in yourself again. But justice is finally here, which allows a lot of you to sort of walk away. And some of you may have to seek legal help, someone who knows the full extent of the law. They specialize in this area. They can help you get something that you need or that you deserve. You know, justice is often about what we deserve. Sometimes, though, I feel for some of you, there's a harsh feeling of having to turn your back on the hope of getting justice. I don't know if you could turn your back on hope, but there's something about this scenario that's asking you to sort of let it be for now. I don't know if it's that there's a conversation that needs to be had where maybe only one side got to speak. It kind of feels like it's not a fully finished conversation. It is actually not balanced, but I have to go forward, and I don't have time for legalities or procedures or formalities. I have to take care of my family. I have to take care of my body. I need to eat certain foods. I need to nourish myself. I have to be comfortable, and I have to get myself back to full strength. Or the child. Maybe the sun is a child for some of you. There's a loss of trust in an authority figure, a boss, somebody in administration, somebody in triage, I'm hearing. What the hell is going on today? It's not a full moon, it's a new moon. Today is... Sorry, everyone's driving weird. It started out beautifully sunny. I had nightmares last night. It was just like, but the day started sunny, and I thought, okay, new start, gonna do some stretches, make my coffee, do my readings, and it's just been so interestingly challenging. Not to make this about myself, but just the energy, the synchronicities of what's going on is just interesting to me. But really, a lot of you, going back to this tree, the 10 of Pentacles, it's about legacy. It's about teaching somebody maybe differently, or teaching someone, maybe learning about extensions of your family, learning more about your ancestry and where you've come from, and then feeling more connected to your own identity as a result. There is great achievement that comes after turning the page, after walking away. You're going to have to release what people say about the situation. You have to release the fear of what the other side is going to say, or release like, oh, I left that behind. I shouldn't have left that behind. They're going to use it against me. Like, there's something that you have to leave. And you're worried, though. You're worried about what someone else is going to say or what they're going to think. You're worried about disappointing people. You know, you're worried about disappointing somebody, but really you have to go where you feel like you have a future, and where you can be your true self, where you have a future. There is no future where you can't be yourself. You're stuck in a box. This is about breaking out of that box that Pluto seems to be putting everybody in right now. Or Pluto is there ultimately to liberate us, but we have to be really deeply honest. Show me another card for maybe advice or something. The letter. Letter. Seems like it's instructions, or it's some kind of communication that you may receive. You may be giving this communication. Look, she has the Hermes symbol on her bag. So there could be a prescription, a way of doing things. But it is the messenger, right? Not just medicine, the messenger. The messenger is here. You carve your name into the tree and you walk on. You might have to risk your current peace for something better. It's like the peace is kind of a catch-22, because I think you have certain stability right now. There's familiarity, but it doesn't feel as good as it could, or as good as it should. There could be a love letter from some of you, or some kind of communication where, I mean, it's different. In this digital age, it could be like you become aware that somebody is watching your stories. They look at your profile, or they like there is some kind of communication. This communication can also be psychic with you, with love. It feels like this is something that happens in your dream, but I don't see a lot of that world or that sphere in this reading. I see a lot of emphasis on reality with the letter, justice, the King of Pentacles, the Sun. This is something that's going to go down in history. It's going to be part of your story. And so it's important to have the facts and go by the book and have things factual, right? It's all about what's there, like truth. And what happens in waking life. I'm getting the energy. I'm feeling strongly that this energy is, the reading is done. So I'll leave that there, Pisces. Thank you for dealing with the strangeness around the reading and the energies today and this hopeless, hopeless hair. I need a professional. Pisces, I hope you have a wonderful start to your birthday season. And if you want a personal reading with me, my link is below. You can go to my website. I have a few different reading options available. I can now offer live readings as well, live or pre-recorded. So it's up to you. But either way, I will talk to you soon.